Hello everyone, and welcome to a new furry feature. This is The Lost Legends of Redwall, The Scout, Act 1. This is a game based in the Redwall series, which a lot of you apparently don't know much about. Let me explain. Redwall, according to the wiki, I'm going to read the wiki, yes, I'm shameless. Redwall is a series of children's fantasy novels by British writer Brian Jacques, I'm not sure of names. Published from 1986 to 2011. It is also the title of the first book of the series, published in 1986, as well as the name of the abbey featured in the book. Basically, it chronicles the adventures of the anthropomorphic animals inhabiting Redwall Abbey and the surrounding countryside of Mossflower Wood, including mice, moles, hares, badgers, and other woodland species. Frequently, the peace-loving creatures of Mossflower are called upon to become warriors and defend themselves from marauding bands of vermin, such as rats, weasels, and foxes. So, you guys might remember I played a game called Ghost of a Tale recently. I'm pretty sure I mentioned during gameplay of that the game was clearly heavily inspired by Redwall. And I say that for good reason, because, yeah, very furry classic series of books, movies, TV show even, and some games. This is an officially licensed Redwall game, The Scout Act 1. There's an Act 2 as well, which we'll check out if this is any good. But yeah, so, it's pretty cool. Pronounced similar to Jake. Jake's? Really? It's not how I would have thought to pronounce that, but fair enough. Names are hard. I'm sorry. But my point is this. Redwall is very treasured. It's kind of classic furry, I would say. Lovely little British series of books and such. Very good. And yeah, Ghost of a Tale was absolutely inspired by it. So I'm looking forward to checking this out. Also, Ghost of a Tale was inspired by Redwall, and it seems like the Scout may have been inspired by Ghost of a Tale. Actually, I'm not sure which one came first. But this is a stealth action game, much like Ghost of a Tale, though it may play a bit differently, I'm not sure. Where we play as a mouse, and we are a scout, probably. I'm gonna guess that's why the title is what it is. But anyways, we're gonna check this out. It looks pretty cool. But before we begin, of course, if you like the video, do think about giving it a like. And if you haven't subscribed yet, well, think about doing that too. If you haven't reached me over on Twitch as well, think about coming by there to help out the most. I stream the stuff live before it goes on YouTube, and honestly, I love having new audience members, and we're trying to reach partner, so I need more people. So please come by if you can. We also have a pretty cool Discord community if you just want to hang out with some neat people, good furries and non-furries alike. And I have a coffee link in the description as well, along with all the other links, in case you want to support me with a few bucks if you like a video. But in any case, let's go ahead and start the Scout Act 1. Should I play this on controller? I'm going to play this on controller, at least at first. Probably better on controller. By the way, can we love the music? Because I love the music. You hit me with that Celtic jam, I am sold immediately. So this game leaves a very good first impression. Let's see how the game actually is, though.
Midsummer is only 2 days hence. I don't see how you can possibly be ready, Brother Jethro.
Fear not, old friend. Formall assures me that the stage will be ready this evening, and I've never known him to be wrong. Everything will be quite all right.
Cutting things close doesn't suit me. You know that. I'm a planner. I'm a philosopher. This whole business has my humors out of balance.
There, Brother Wilport. You just let me fret about the play, and you make sure the feast is perfect. I'm especially looking forward to that hot root sun salad.
Oh, yes, quite right. There's much to be prepared. Friar Randall was concerned that the cheese and onion hogsbake was too heavy to follow the brazier leaks. He may be correct.
You see? There's far more need for your talents in the kitchen than out here. Let your old friend do what he's good at, making a fool of himself. Oh my.
This voice acting is very good.
I'll take my leave, but please try to keep on schedule. You know how I worry.
Indeed I do.
I love the little scrumptious sounds that one mouse was making.
Sister Edelweiss, I trust William won't perish before he has a chance to taste the good friar's blackberry crumble.
I want blackberry crumble now.
Boy, now. It's hard to say. 'Tis surely a bit of blackwater fever. Now I can't remedy with some nettles and wort, but that foul temper, now, that just might be fatal.
I'm not grumpy.
No? Boy, Yoki, then why in the sharp tongue when I asked for that filthy old wing glass?
Boy, Yoki.
The rusty old thing
Good.
is reeking with mould and mire. It's likely the cause of your fever for all the fuss it's bearing.
Sorry, Grandfather. I found it in the library.
You're Neo. You drinkers as tonic, and you'll be out storming dark forest with all them's dibbons afore a moon's turned her face this way. Hurray.
We're ready for Hilltop Camp, Brother Jethro. Shall we wait for you?
No need to wait, lads. Carry on, and I'll be there shortly. Thank you for your legendary healing skills, sister. As always, we are in your debt.
We? I say it's just you who be's owing moi.
Oh, I haven't seen this in ages, and such perfect timing, dear boy. Do you know who this weight glass belonged to, William?
Honest truth, I just thought it was another trinket you'd packed away for no good reason.
Trinket? Batterwaffles. This was one of the trusty tools carried by the Lilygrove Scout Corps back when Clooney the Scourge, that wretched pirate, laid siege to Redwall Abbey. And it so happens that this very thing has a role to play in the story we'll be telling for the Abbot's celebration. I've written a play to share one of my lost legends with all of Redwall. Of course, everyone knows about Matthias and Constance and Basil Staghair, but few know about the trio of brave woodlanders from Lilygrove who played a crucial role in those events. Have you ever heard of Liam or Sofia Rivermouse?
No, but, I don't suppose you could be telling me the story, since I'm bedridden and ailing, and might not live to see the play. Please?
Let's see. Where to begin?
Gameplay.
Yes, initiation. 'Twas a frozen evening in midwinter. The sky was clear but for a loosely bound fleet of easterly clouds that wore the light of twilight and had earlier that day dusted the hollows of the weathered oaks with snow. A frosty breeze stirred the heavy locks of the cypress's winter needles, and two mice warmed their paws against the January chill. Liam and Sofia were young, ambitious, and betrothed. Both had trained hard to join the ranks of the Lilygrove Scout Corps, a rather storied group of woodland rangers who kept safe the lands betwixt Mossflower Country and the Mountain Warrens. The one had graduated that week prior, and now it was time for the other to prove their mettle. Once initiated, they planned to wed, but that was not to be. Not yet, anyway.
Initiation night. It's finally happening. We've planned so long for this, and now that it's here, I'm not sure I'm ready.
I feel the same way. I haven't the faintest notion of what comes next. It's exciting, isn't it?
Yes, and frightening.
Alas, I am late. I hope you'll pardon it.
Suddenly,
The fire
other
ring
bells.
of devastation needed to be refueled. I trust neither of you caught a shiver. I was sick with the retch for my initiation. Didn't make a bit of difference, though. A scout needs to be ready, no matter the situation. So, which one of you is in the dock this fine winter evening?
Oh, a choice. Finally, a moment to speak. I didn't want to interrupt all the voice acting, but I noticed your guys' complaints. I think I have the settings too high for the game, which is odd because it doesn't really look like much on the setting, but fair enough. I'll turn it back down in a bit. I hope any lag you guys experienced was minor and did not interrupt the story flow. Please let me know if it did. but I'm gonna guess that's all fine. Also, please let me know how the volume is as we get into gameplay. I'll adjust the settings when the game allows me to, and probably turn down the game graphics or something. I think it was user side. Honestly, I haven't dropped any frames, though. The game is running a bit intensely, though. I can personally say that. Now, personally, I saw everything just fine, so I think the recording is fine, but, like, yeah. Reloaded the stream and it got better. It's just probably just a bit intensive. I'll adjust it a bit for the sake of my... I'll play as Liam. So I can missay his name over and over again.
That would be me, and I'm not about to retch. What do we do now?
Quite sure, are you? Sofia, I trust you didn't tell our initiate about the adder's eggs.
Not a peep, sir. The secret is safe with me.
It makes me a proud mouse to see youngsters like yourself continuing with the Scout Corps. In order to become a full member of the Lily Grove Scout Corps, you must complete a series of tests to prove you've got the mettle. These are the things you've been training for the last several moons, so I don't expect any surprises.
I'm so excited for you to finally join us as a fully fledged scout.
Oh, there he goes.
Oh, and guess what? Coyle's going to let me oversee your trials myself. Captain Robin thought I'd be too biased to be the best judge of your skills, but I assured him I've never gone easy on you before, nor will I start tonight. Now, we'll start by heading to a nearby cave. It's treacherous, but nothing you can't handle. Plus, I'll be there to guide you. You'll do great. I know it. Oh, and before we go, take this. A proper scout's got to have an adventurer's journal.
Oh yeah, look at that frame rate. I need to adjust this a bit. Oh, okay. The main thing it's whatever. We had a little bit of lag because I think remember how the quality was originally on beautiful, but I changed to fantastic thinking it'd be fine because let's be perfectly honest here, this game is not as nearly as much of a looker as... Oh wow, that helped immensely. Well, sort of immense. I'll turn down more. It's weird, this game is not as pretty looking as Ghost of a Tale, yet it's not running as well as Ghost of a Tale. Alright, fine. How about good? Is that, you feel good now? Am I also... Oh, is it not capped? Oh shit, that would oh yeah, look at that. Let's cap that. There, that'll probably help immensely. Yeah, that'll oh, well, it's still a little odd. Still a little I like its voice acting presentation stuff. As far as game actual performance, this VSync might actually be causing a problem here. Let's turn that off. That has led to problems in streams before. So here's the thing. It's not lagging as much for me as it is for you guys. That usually indicates a VSync issue. But also, I've already disabled the VSync, so... Let me actually just kill the graphics entirely and see if it still does it. I also don't feel like adjusting the graphics is really changing that much. It does seem a bit optimized. Yeah, a little bit. Like, Ghost of Tale is... This does not hold a candle over Ghost of Tale. It kind of looks like a mobile game, if I must be completely blunt. It's not, I don't think, but... Okay, it's still... How to put this? It's not running perfectly even for me, but it's definitely not janking like it is for you. Let me mess with the VSync a bit. Ghost of the Tale actually did this as well, and I've seen this with other games as well. As far as I could tell, the only way to fix the stream jank of recording some games is either to change the VSync back and forth until it smooths, or recapture the game. Actually, I could try that. Is this super smooth for you? Because it looks janky on my preview. But maybe my preview's wrong. Well, I guess let me know. It's not janky? That was my point. So wait, are you seeing jank or not? Because my preview is jank as hell. If you see what my preview shows, that looks very unpleasant to watch. Do stutter, 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 stutter. That's what my preview shows. That quickly. I mean, I guess I'll just leave it alone if you think it's fine. Alright. Let me, wait, I wonder if it... Hold on. What if I force the 30 FPS? Oh, that's weird. When I force the 30 FPS, my camera moves slower. That's bizarre. How is this game designed? It seems the camera speed is tied to the frame rate. That's very unusual. That also means that goodbye, feed. See you later. What exactly? I did. Okay, welcome back. Oh, this is okay, whoever the voice acting and cutscene presentation was great, but I think whoever designed the game might have wanted to, wow, okay. I guess I will keep it done fast. I was actually wondering if I could increase the quality of the graphics a bit. Apparently I am not allowed to. This game does not like being recorded. Yes, some games are like that. Okay, well there's a bit of stutter, but it's not the worst. I guess I'll accept this. We'll just move on. Some point you just gotta tell yourself. Oh, whoa, okay. Huh. You know, it's first impressions where it's best impressions. I have a feeling. Wee. Oh, I could just go out of bounds. Wait, I'm just gonna go out of bounds? There's no invisible walls? Okay, there is an invisible wall. Honestly, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if there wasn't any invisible walls. Alright, hi, what's up? Anyways, this is running fine, so I'll just keep like this.
What are you lollygagging around here for, Initiate? Don't you want to be a scout? There's work to be done.
Like jumping over logs. I should get that work.
What are you lollygagging?
Okay, I want to see what I got, though. I gotta jump. Okay, actually, could I have somebody do a little research for me? Could somebody please go to Steam, look up Ghost of a Tale, that's Tale as in T-A-L-E, Ghost of a Tale, and look up Redwall the Scout Act 1. Tell me which came out first. I am legitimately curious about something. Also, I'm attempting to see if I can sprint or anything, but apparently scouts can only do leisurely jogs. Oh, hey, what? I have a button. A button that shows where to go, I guess. Okay. Also have... Oh, okay. I have a slingshot. That it has inverted controls for some reason. That's... Actually, wait. That kind of makes sense, actually. How does one shoot it? I can prime it. But apparently, like, letting go of the trigger does not shoot it, though. Maybe I don't have ammo. Huh. Ghost came out first by a solid half a year. Okay, that's what I was actually... Oh, I guess that's cold.
Oh my.
Are you sure that's what happened?
Oh, we're doing the thing where the whole game is narrated, so if we die, the narrator is like, "Oops, that's not how it went." What is that trope? Is there a trope name for that? So Ghost of a Tale came out first. Okay, that's what I was... See, I wanted to hold my tongue until I found out, but I have to wonder if this game was developed in response to the positive reception that Ghost of a Tale got. In other words, I'm wondering if the Scout was made to cash in on what Ghost of a Tale showed success with. Because Ghost of a Tale was a non-Redwall property that basically did a wonderful Redwall game. So maybe then the Redwall licensees were like, we want to get on this. We want to make an actual Redwall game like that. But then they hired a studio that doesn't know how to develop. What is this lighting? What is this lighting? What is this lighting? I know I'm on fast, but what is this lighting? Alright,
Hold on. I thought you were sticking around to oversee me.
I am, but you've got to complete them on your own. I'll be around to help, even if you can't see me. Here we go. All you've got to do is follow the cave to reach each of your tasks.
Oh, by the way, how is the volume? The voice acting is probably a bit loud, but I don't mind that, because the voice acting is tremendously good, so it's okay. I'll just shut up when it's voice acting. But, is the volume good overall? Seems it? Okay. Also, I have to wonder, with the voice acting being this high quality and the gameplay being whatever it is right now, we have to play more of it to understand it. I have to wonder if... Is the voice acting perhaps from, like... I wonder if it, you know, like I said, Redwall had like an animated TV series and stuff. Upper left, I clipped through the, I clipped something. Oh, those are, it's thinking on the ceiling. No, wait, what? Oh yeah, it is ceilings. Okay, thought I clipped the world out. Anyways, I have to wonder if it's like maybe these are the voice actors from like the animated show or something, or maybe something like because the quality is very good in that sense. Oh, I guess we'll. Just kind of more, you don't really need to sidle like that. There's actually a fair amount of space, but okay, that's fine. What's interesting too is when I changed the quality levels, while it did affect the game's performance, it didn't really change what the graphics looked like. So even though we're running on fast, it doesn't really look that different from the higher quality graphics, so it's not really a big deal. Regardless, it kind of looks
Ready to start?
Bit like a mobile game.
For your first trial, you've got to figure out how to get across this gap. If I were you, I'd try using my trusty Slingshot.
Story came first, game second. It kind of gave that. Honestly, if you look at the menus, like where it says hold left trigger to aim Slingshot, I want to say that menu design where it's just like a slightly transparent black bar and then some basic font text. Like, consider the title screen that we saw earlier. Consider how wonderful the title screen like graphics looked. Like when we were in the options menu stuff too. It had a really nice design. It looked very customized. Meanwhile, here in the game, hold left trigger to aim Slingshot. This is the most boring text and format. I think I've seen this format before. I think it's a default format for like a game engine of some sort. So, yeah. Oh, wait a minute. You know what? Oh, that's lame. I think I understand how the Slingshot works.
Liam, you've always had a knack for the Slingshot. Now, continue up ahead for the next trial.
Whew, that wasn't nearly as hard as I thought it would be. I'm not nervous at all.
You've got this, Liam. Your Sofia believes in you.
I don't know why you're so nervous about shooting a Slingshot that literally you can only shoot if you're aiming at a contextual object. Yeah, you can't just shoot the Slingshot. You can only shoot the Slingshot if you got something specifically slingshotable to aim at. So... well, it seems like I might have just like a weapon. No, it's a contextual use item. You can only use it when prompted, basically. At least that seems to be how it is so far. Maybe they'll unlock a bit further after the tutorial, but it seems like that's how it works. Yeah. Perhaps they blend some desires, but I feel like I should have the sprint key. I really feel like I should be able to sprint. But so far, I got nothing.
Ready for your next trial? You've got to identify which flag your scent is passing over.
But, Sofia, there's no wind in this cave.
Oh, that's what that is.
Is there?
Can't you feel the cool draft, Liam? Or is your fur that much thicker than mine?
Floofy.
As you know, scent travels on the wind, and wind is just about everywhere, even in these caves. If you pay close attention, you'll be able to sense the wind's motion all around you, almost as if you can see it. Watch the direction the wind is carrying your scent, and you'll never be caught unaware by your enemies. But ignore it, and anyone might come tracking you.
Oh, well, pink. My scent touches pink.
There's
my scent touches pink flag. There's got to be a gay joke in there.
Your scent is being carried. Making sure your scent doesn't drift into the nose of a foe could be the difference between life or death.
That's actually a cool mechanic, though.
Shimmying across that ledge,
like making sure
you cross this ravine. But you didn't hear that from me.
Making sure your personal scent doesn't go to enemies is actually a fairly interesting. That's actually not a bad mechanic to have for a stealth game featuring animals. That's not a bad concept, actually. Not bad at all. So this game started back. So basically, the Scout was started back in 2016-ish, or that's when the project was mentioned first. Now I don't remember when Ghost of Tell started, but it's also a project that went on for a while. I want to say it also started around the same time, but I'm not sure. Oh, okay. Interesting shimmy we got there. This is the I'm going to propel myself forward by kicking repeatedly in the direction I want to go. Very, very good technique. Oh, I saw that game. You can't hide that from me. Look at that. Watch the ground. See it? The seams. So it seems like a failure is developed by probably a small team. Live stream out somebody doing the modeling on there. I wonder who the team was. Actually, who made this game? Anybody I know? Face the wall and press A to scramble. Oh, okay. So, like, run up the wall, basically. That was a lot of effort to pull ourselves up. I think we're fat. It's like, I'm too fat for this. We do seem a little bit chonk. Some games, I think. Soma games. Soma! I feel like Soma games... Wait. Familiar sounding. Huh.
For this next task, you'll need to determine which of the doors have a rat hidden behind them. A fake rat, that is. And avoid them. Only one of the doors is free of any intruder. That's the one you got to pick.
Find the rat, huh? Shouldn't be too difficult. Just got to use my sniffer.
But before that, let's examine these wonderful rugs. I love this plaid jacket pattern rug. Very good one. I'm sorry. I'm just noticing how it's supposed to be a circular rug, yet I can count the number of sides it has because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Actually, is that like 16 sides? Slightly low poly. Is this just is this just leaves? Is this just a leaf rug? I'm confused. These graphics are charmingly bad. I'll be perfectly honest. Alright, so there's a bad evil rat behind one of these. Oh, I see. Okay. Active sense, I can't move while using it, so there's an evil rat there. What happens if I pick an evil rat door?
Ah! Oops! Wrong door.
That's adorable. Look at that. It has a blunt tongue.
Use it right, and it will serve you like a second set of eyes.
Oh wait, what happens if I just open all the wrong doors?
I guess that's the wrong door also. I've got to sniff in order to find the door without a rat behind it.
You're on the lowest graphics sense, but even so. I could turn it back up, but like I said... Here. You're going to risk the stream, buddy, but I'm going to do it for the sake of demonstration. I say you're going to risk the stream because I actually have it running kind of okay, but I might ruin that by doing this, but whatever! I need to prove a point now, because he said that. So, thanks, you can thank Epic for this. The rug looks, I put it to the maximum, and the rug has the same level of sides. Point is established. Honestly, the game doesn't look that different with max settings. I think all it does... Look, I mean, look at it. I think all it really does is, I think all it does is maybe change some, like, lighting or particle effects. I think it doesn't really do anything at all to the textures and models. Not even our main character seems to change that much. Alright, well, moving it back to fast. Hopefully it's not running like shit. Oh, it's running like shit. Go figure. I've messed it up again. So basically, the company that made this game, a couple of poorly reviewed mobile games for children, and one very janky-looking space puzzle game. Well, it could explain why this seems to have mobile 3D graphics. Also, yeah, the frame rate has died again. VC keeps ticking itself. No, I left it on, actually. Or wait, you say it's... Alright, it got janky. We lost the good frames. Even I lost the good frames. What I'm seeing looks bad, too. No, I've been leaving VSync on. We had it running well with VSync on. To explain. At one point, at least. But now it's jankalicious again. I lost the good frames. This is why Epic needs to keep his mouth shut. Here's the thing. If somebody challenges you, and you're making a YouTube video or stream... You gotta answer the challenge, or somebody's gonna be like, why didn't you check? Why didn't you check, Charum? Okay, I don't have to. But it's kind of bad form once somebody directly challenges you not to demonstrate. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna repeatedly, turn VSync on and off until... I have it smooth again. Which is probably going to be never. Oh yeah, it's just... So, I don't know what it looks like exactly for you guys, but before Epic started his shenanigans, the preview feed actually had smoothed out quite a bit, and it was looking pretty good. But of course, since Epic had to challenge me, I had to change the settings, and now it's not running good. You say it looks good? Because that preview feed hurts my fucking eyes. I wonder if there's some way I could show you guys what I see with the preview feed. Is that fine? I didn't force you to jack. You should know better. You have to honestly tell me. Because if you lied to me, then this whole YouTube video looks fucked. Does this look okay? This looks so bad, I'm going to have to minimize my preview feed because it hurts my eyes even to have it in my peripheral vision. Okay, thank you. It's jumping. It wasn't jumping earlier, though. Yeah, that's what I thought. The preview feed doesn't lie, guys. Submit bug. I probably should... Give feedback. Wait, feedback and a submit? Wow, they have two things to provide feedback. A bug feedback and a feedback. Oh my goodness. It kind of needs both, too. Maybe restarting it might help. Yeah, I was thinking that, too. Let's go ahead and quit the main menu. Yeah, I'm sure it saves, right? ... Let me quit the game. Restart the game. And then, Made in Oregon by Soma Games. Oh, it's an Oregonian studio. This is not a good look for Oregon. Continue. Oh yeah, I could get back easily enough by skipping the dialogue. But, Alright. Excuse me, why is it running faster all of a sudden? What? Okay.
For this next task, you'll find...
I'm aware, but hold on a minute. Okay, first off... Is that... I have less frames, so it's like running at 30 FPS even though it's set to 60. Alright. That is interesting. The camera moves faster than... What? Okay, anyways, it's fine now. But I also just realized that the camera is really kind of tied to the frame rate in such a weird way that I need to adjust it or I'm going to be really confused. Hold on. I gotta keep... X-axis... Yeah, let's turn these both up. Oh my god, these ticks move so slow. Okay. Okay, I have now the camera that moves at a rate that doesn't make me die. Oh, I probably should have kept the wide down, actually. Okay. I'd say it's more of a cash thing. As in, they didn't have enough cash to design a good game. That sort of cash thing. I kind of... Why do I can never decide if I want inverted Y in video games. I'm always on the fucking fence about that. Yeah, I think I felt better with that. Okay. Anyways, let's continue. Man, what if I mess up every single one of these doors?
Oops. Be sure to...
I like how Liam was scared by a rat dummy.
I guess that's the wrong door also.
If I fail every door, do I fail this test?
Why in Mossflower aren't any of these doors the right one?
Well, I do like that they all have a blep tongue, though. Actually, which door is the right one? Wait. None of these are the right door.
By Martin, this one's got a rat too.
Honestly, though, the voice acting is the best part, so anything that causes more voice acting is good by me.
Come on, this next one must be the right one.
So wait, I thought I was screwing around, but I...
Oh, not this one either?
Wait. Oh, there is one more door. I just... I like how there's a response, different response for failing over and over again.
Aha! No rat hiding here.
You sound...
Fantastic job, Liam.
Fantastic job, Liam.
It's lucky those other rats weren't real, lest you be their supper.
Liam is like, aha! I have opened every door and failed, but then I opened the last door and I got it. I'm very proud of myself. He's so proud of himself. What's that here? Oh. Ooh, a black screen. A black fade out. What do you know? That's where I was previously, I think. Or something. Actually, no, that's just an area down there. Right, anyways. I guess I'll shimmy up this texture that doesn't have proper lighting, because it's a shimmyable texture. Well, now he has practiced feeding himself to rats. And Golf, are you the first rat that he's going to encounter, or are you going to nomf him? Oh. Yeah, by the way, what I said earlier is still true. The slingshot is shot by holding down left trigger, holding down right trigger to prime, then letting go of right trigger. But it will not shoot anything unless you're aiming at a specific contextual thing. This really disappoints me because I was expecting the slingshot to I wasn't expecting to be able to like knock out rats and stuff with it, but what I was expecting was like, oh, there's a rat in my way. Let me shoot my slingshot. Bink! Oh, he's gonna be like, what's over there? And he's gonna go look and see what made the noise. I thought this slingshot would be a nice, useful tool for stealth action, but apparently not.
Here we'll be making use of our nose once again. First, I want you to focus on those peppers there. Learn the scent and commit it to memory. Spicy with a hint of earth, altogether a fair bit pungent. I'd suggest logging all the scents you learn in your scout journal. Never know when you may need to sniff out the difference between a mole and a mushroom.
If your eyes don't work, I guess you might need to do that. So I can learn smells? To learn scents, press X near scent emitting object while in active scent mode. Wait, can I learn the scent of Rat Dummy? I need to know. Does Rat Dummy have a learnable scent? You never know when you're gonna run into a dangerous Rat Dummy. We gotta find this out. By the way, since I don't have a sprint, it seems like flying's the best way to the best way to move forward. Okay, he does not have a scent. However, he is translucent in sniff mode for some reason. I get he was translucent because he was behind a door, but now that he is not. Praise the sun jumps is the fastest way to travel. These jumps are very silly. Whee! Whee! Our outstretched arms are pretty silly. Alright, so...
Well done! hold that scent in your mind and remember,
What?
it's written in your journal if you need a refresher. Now, we know sniffing can help us see the unseen, but it can also help us identify different scents in the air. So, pick out the candle that smells like chili peppers.
I'm annoyed right now because I got an achievement for doing that, and the achievement name infuriates me. Achievement unlocked. Smell my finger. Really? We're going with stupid juvenile lowbrow humor? Alright. Seriously, that's what I said. I'll improve it. Check it. Oh, you can't see that screen. Ah, fuck. The achievement list doesn't show up. Take my word for it. You can look at the achievement list of the game yourself. What did you expect? A game that was competent and not using juvenile humor, I guess. So what, so I wasn't really thinking about this right now, because honestly, what's weird is the title screen was really good, the music on the title screen was really good, the cutscene presentation was done in that simple, you know, line, like it wasn't animated, but I really liked the art for the intro cutscene and the dialogue and everything. It was very enjoyable. I think I found the chili pepper one. I found rats, or mice. What are they doing over here? They have a little meeting. Oh, why is that one moving? Wait, where is that one? I'm very confused. Alright, press, okay. Alright, look at this. Hilltop Camp. I didn't realize I had a menu. Obstacle course, main camp, caves, lookout. Oh, this looks kind of nice. I like how this is drawn. This kind of feels very mobile-ish, the design of this. Lore, riddles, memoirs. 0 memoirs. I got them all, guys! Jam, sets, and critics. So this game actually is released in 3 parts. There's an Act 1, Act 2, and Act 3. I have Act 1 and Act 2, and I don't think Act 3 is actually out yet. So, I don't know what to say about that. Just wanted to point that out. Sets. Oh, okay. Mouse, rat, onion, apple, carrot, potato, pickle, hot root, chili pepper, beet, smoke, Liam, Sofia, radish. What is this order of list? What is this list order? It's like, here's a mouse, here's a rat, here's some food, here's some named rats, here's some food. Like, what is this organization? And people. Can I like, oh, I can research. Oh, mouse, musky +1, animal +1, herby +1. What about rats? Musky +1, animal +2. They are more of an animal than mice, apparently. Onion. Spicy +1. Vegetable +1. Herby +1. Fruity +2. Earthy +1. Wait, hold on. What is Liam? Organic +1. Oh, Liam is organic. On golf, if you eat him, you're eating organic food. Don't worry about it. Like, that's good. It's very healthy. Woody and nutty +1. That was Sofia. Sofia is also woody, nutty, and organic +1. Alright? I'm sure this matters in some way. Smoke is organic. What if it came from an inorganic source, though? Like plastic. Organic, woody, and nutty. Okay. How about fish? Fishy. I mean, I guess a fish is fishy. I guess I can't argue that a fish is fishy. Pickle? Briny, vegetable, spicy. Okay, cool. I don't know, man. Yeah. I kind of just want to mess this up repeatedly, so this is the chili pepper one, I think. No, this is a smoke one.
Not it. That one's a campfire scent.
Okay. Huh, I can't even see the other ones for some reason. Oh, this is,
another campfire. Remember, you're looking for the chili pepper scent.
Well, clearly I just want to roast marshmallows.
Also a campfire. Aren't there any other scents?
I'm just gonna annoy Sofia. Hold on. Why did I do a random push animation?
A perfect match, Liam. It, took you a minute to find it, though.
I noticed the icon stopped showing up.
I've had, camping on my mind a lot lately. Specifically, the big roast we're gonna have for our wedding.
Hey, right now it's scout business. Wedding talk comes later. Okay, moving on to the final trial.
What's weird is
You need
that
to once again shimmy along the wall to reach the final trial. But be careful. This one's got a twist.
What's weird is that I actually kind of like how the dialogue works out, though, because it's like... Can I keep interacting with candles? Oh, I can.
Nope. That's not it either.
Okay, I like how the dialogue is dynamic, where if I mess up the candles, then there's extra dialogue talking about why I was picking the wrong candles. I like that. That's nice. However, I don't like how...
Yet another campfire.
Sophia seems to have forgotten I've already been in this test and has reacted to me interacting with the other candles.
That's it. Just kidding. Still a campfire.
Probably should have disabled access to the candles after I picked the right one.
That's it. Just kidding. Still a campfire.
Okay, that's weird. Why is there one more candle to choose wrong than there is dialogue lines talking about how you chose wrong? It repeated the last one twice. Why not just make one more unique dialogue line for picking wrong? That's a little perplexing. What's up here? This is where I'm supposed to go? I guess so. Alright. Okay, so pushable box. You expect, okay, pushable box. Probably doesn't have any physics. Probably just can be pushed uniformly around the room. But doesn't otherwise move too much. Nope, apparently it has physics, so now it's in the wrong position, which means I have to intimidate it into position. What?
Oh my.
Are you sure that's what happened?
Did I die? I think I died. I died. Oh, the candles came back.
Nope.
So that should reset progress a little bit. Yeah, by the way, another thing I noticed is that the candles have these scents where you can see what they were. But after a while, when I was doing the mission, these went away. And when I picked the chili pepper one, it didn't even show me the pepper. Like, the scents just went away after a while. So, like, the scent thing just stopped working after a time. Now it's working again because I reloaded, technically. But hold on, I must do more pushing. Hold on. Hold on, not done yet. Oh, we're going somewhere. Wait, can I just like push this off the ledge? It seems...
Are you sure that's what happened?
Senior moment indeed. It seems like the game might be killing me because it thinks I'm stuck. I'm not stuck, I'm holding forward the whole time. Anyways, I love how just the simple act of pushing this forward where I'm supposed to demonstrated an immediate problem. Oh wow, he drinks. What is this animation? Are you okay? Alright. You know what's funny though? I didn't need to put this box here to shimmy on that. I could have just done this. And this, probably. No. Maybe. Ah, whatever. Let's just use the box, it's faster. Yeah, it's a fail safe. If you're falling endlessly, it's like, oh, kill them then, because they might be stuck. It makes sense. I hope we get the Celtic music back, because this song isn't really that amazing. It's okay, I guess. It's just not doing much. Choose wisely.
Wisely? What's this about, Soph?
Your final trial is a trial of stealth. You've got to use everything you've learned so far. Don't let the rats inside see or smell you. Luckily, us mice are quite small and vermin quite dull, so you should be able to sneak through, no problem.
Aren't you technically vermin too?
All I have to do is get by the rats without them spotting me, and then I'll finally be a scout.
Yes, Liam. You'll be an official protector of Lily Grove.
By demonstrating your bravery and staying up to all the mouse stubbies, you will be an official protector. Oh no. So wait, she just called the rats vermin.
Choose wisely. So
that's rude. You are also vermin, miss. Technically speaking. So I'm gonna attack it from behind. You were seen. I technically was not, but sure.
Choose what?
You're fine.
So,
Yes, Lee.
Alright, anyways. Wait, where'd my scent go? It went away for this section. He still smells, though. Wee, wee. I'm kind of... Oh. I got stuck on that. Alright. I smell mini mice. Alright, wait. Hold on. If I need to learn scents by pressing X while near them, does that mean I just need to, like, sniff up all these mice to, like, learn their scents? It's like, well, I mean, it is a dog thing to do. It's very much... It's not just a dog thing, but it's a dog thing, for instance.
What?
Among other
What's
things.
all this?
Congratulations, Liam, our newest member of the Lily Grove Scout Corps.
So, I passed?
And with flying colors.
Excellent work, Initiate.
The colors you were flying were red flags, but you know, you were flying colors all the same.
If I were carrying a sack full of dibbons.
Congratulations, Initiate.
I must confess that I was of the mind that you weren't quite ready. It was Captain Robin who pushed for your somewhat expedited initiation. It would appear he saw something in you that I failed to. Until this evening, that is.
Ever since you were
What did he see?
I thought you'd make an excellent scout. And you've never proven me wrong.
Robin Hood? Is that Robin Hood?
It's an honor.
Having completed your training, the official badge and equipments of office are yours to bear. A weigh glass, a rucksack, and, of course, the blooming lily on your jacket. It brings me great joy and a fair bit of pride to welcome you to the ancient family of the Lily Grove Scout Corps.
There's just one more thing you have to do before you can really
Shame their
call
mouths
yourself
don't
a
move.
Scout. Follow me, Liam. Finally, you'll get to see Hilltop Camp and meet our very own scout chef, Rootsworth. He'll help you with the soup.
Soup? What soup?
The Scouts are founded on principles of service and fellowship. As such, we crown each new initiate with cooking the Scouts' supper their first night here.
Well, after cooking for a family as big as mine, this'll be easy.
Liam was oddly at peace.
But really, we just want them to do manual labor and we want to be lazy. So, we're just going to tell you that's a tradition.
And his animals at rest. Yet, despite a still and restful heart, a frigid wind slowly began to pick up from the south, and the crickets stopped their song. Unknown to Anna and Lilygrove, a black-masted ship made landfall in secret.
Oh.
The shadow of a long and iron-barbed tail crept up upon the unsuspecting village.
Oh man. It's a shame I don't get to see this.
Welcome to Hilltop Camp.
It's a shame we didn't have a
home of the
cutscene
Lily
showing
Grove
the
Scouts.
ship or something.
Wow. Your descriptions didn't give this place proper credit.
Why don't you pull out your weigh glass and I'll give you the royal tour.
Hold on, I want to sniff you. Wait, I can't apparently. Alright, our weight glass is a bit broken. Alright. What are we so impressed by? Wow, they have 3 tents! Actually, they might have more than that. Oh, they have a big tent! Alright, cool.
That's the main tent. It's sort of like our very own Great Hall. We use it mostly for hosting guests from neighboring scout groups. We even have little shoe-sized chairs so when members of the Galsum come to visit.
Who are the Galsum? Can we eat them?
Those are the Scouts' overnight tents. We don't always stay in them, but they are surprisingly cozy when we do.
Huh. I see a glowy thing in that tent to the left. I must acquire it.
Those tents are where the captains sleep. Since they're in charge of keeping the night fires and beacons roaring, they've pitched their stakes by the firewood store. Coil snores like a badger lord, though. I don't know how Robert gets even a wink of sleep. Down there is our remarkably talented chef, Rootsworth. Honestly, he could be running the kitchens at Redwall if he wanted, but for some reason, he's content to cook for us humble scouts. Not that I'm complaining. You'll be checking in with him after you've collected everything for tonight's suit.
That's the main tent.
No, I already looked at that.
It's sort of like our very own Great Hall. We use it mostly for hosting guests from neighboring scout groups. We even have little shrew-sized chairs for when members of the Galsum come to visit.
I guess the Galsum are shrews, actually. I should have probably inferred that.
That there is the Lakeside Watchtower. It gives you a great view of the camp, but not much else. The actual night watch I've mentioned is at the lookout, but that's, closed for construction tonight. Yeah, so, don't go investigating or anything.
I'm going to investigate. Oh, so this is the so this is a watchtower, but it's not the real watchtower. It's just kind of a useless auxiliary watchtower that they have for no apparent reason.
Isn't that waterfall beautiful?
Okay.
You wouldn't guess when it's frozen over, but just up at its source is a hot spring. It's my favorite place at camp to dip my feet, especially after a fierce day of training.
Well, that concludes our tour of Hilltop Camp. Oh, and if you ever come across an odd pile of flat stones, just take a gander through your weigh glass. There may be something interesting to see you wouldn't have otherwise noticed.
How do I use
Now,
it?
Liam, you've got a soup to cook.
Okay.
Here, Rootsworth gave me this recipe for you to follow. First, you'll need to collect 3 beets from the garden. Beets, not radishes. Your sniffer can tell you the difference. Second, you'll need a cob of corn, a potato, and an onion, all which you'll find over at the obstacle course. And lastly, a wheel of cheese. Apparently, Fraby's got it over by his tent.
Ah, Fraby. Always with his cheese.
You're a mouse. You all like cheese.
Making
Shush.
the newest scout run around on a wild goose chase.
Always with his cheese. What does he
Don't
do with the
worry,
cheese?
It's all in good fun. Now, you better get collecting.
Aren't you coming with?
Actually, I've got some scout business to attend to, so you'll have to finish preparing the soup on your own. If there's anything you want to talk
Always
about
with his
before I go,
cheese. He takes it to
be
bed
sure to
every
ask me
night.
out.
It's like, what is he? Anyways, yeah, it looks like we're making a cheese and vegetable soup. No, you can put cheese in soup. Cheese and vegetable soup is a thing.
Before you go, Soph,
What's on your mind?
Initiation.
I can't tell you how relieved I am to finally be a scout. I can't imagine you were nervous during your trials. My stomach felt like a brick.
Oh, I was certainly nervous as well. My paws couldn't stop shaking. Tessa said she didn't notice, but I think she was just being nice.
A nice spice.
I've got to say, I've been looking forward to our feast tonight all week. Though, I sort of wish it wasn't just for the scouts. It would be nice to have Mom and Pop and all my brothers and sisters there too.
Oh, wouldn't it? Well, next time we see your family, I'm sure they'll throw you a feast themselves. They're always so proud of you.
I know. It's a little much sometimes, actually.
You missed the fact that we failed repeatedly and then we're told we did great. And then we succeeded. Oh. Wedding.
Can you believe we're going to be married in just 3 days? Oh, Sophia. I've been dreaming about making you my wife since the day we danced at the Name Day Festival. I'll never forget the way the roses smelled tucked behind your ear.
Oh, Liam. It is rather exciting, though. Everything is going to change.
Yes, it will. But it's a good change.
I think Liam is a little bit chubby, by the way, just based on his portrait.
I was thinking about us going to visit my ancestral home in Southwood after the wedding.
I have retirement in 2 days!
There's such tiny figments of memory of the place. But I couldn't have been older than an infant. I want to see it now. And I want to see it with you.
Well, Liam put up the red flags in the first place by his terrible performance.
I've always wanted to smell the sea.
Let's go to the
We can
western
go
coast and
anywhere
visit
and
pirates.
everywhere.
Alright.
Have a good night, my love.
Liam seems like a bit of a lovable idiot. Like, oh boy, It's like he's a bit naive, I think. So I can use the spyglass. Can I use?
So, a hot spring is nestled somewhere at the top of this frozen fall, and the scouts have been keeping it a secret this whole time. How cruel to the rest of us lily grovers.
Okay, I didn't mean to look at these items. Wait, so he has his own unique dialogue for these things? That's interesting.
Can't believe Captain Robin convinced Coyle I was ready for my trials. I sure hope his pride in me doesn't fizzle.
He's a bit of a derp, but like lovable. Yeah, what's interesting is that I'm like looking into our spyglass again, and looking at things that I already looked at before. But now that my wife is my soon-to-be wife that isn't absolutely we're going to get peacefully married in 3 days. Wife is so she's not talking to us. We have different lines.
So if Fraby shares a tent with Laban, Who will my tent mate be? Surely not... No. Rootsworth must get a tent of his own, what with his seniority. Oh, I can't wait to taste Rootsworth's famous mushroom pie.
You'll have to wait a bit, because we're making cheese and vegetable soup.
I can't wait to sit each night with all the scouts, cracking jokes, drinking daffodil ale, and becoming the big happy family Sofia says everyone is.
He is so naive. Oh boy, it's gonna be great, guys. We're just gonna hang out. Everything's gonna be fun. It's like no, maybe, but...
Sofia was rather strange about the lookout earlier. What are they hiding back there? Are those party streamers?
They're gonna throw a party for Liam. Hello. She's just still standing here awkwardly. Alright.
Sofia always complains about frigid night watches. I wonder if she still uses those mittens I got for her.
Alright, so here's what I've noticed. We can't just use the spyglass. Oh, what's this? A rut! Is this really? Oh my god, this is our sprint? So I'd like to know, Ghost of a Tale has a really realistic feral mousy run that you can do as a sprint in it. That actually looks really good. Meanwhile, that night, Liam was constipated. It's not even that fast. All right, so I got Sniffer. I got whatever the fuck this is. I got the Slingshot, which again can't fire unless you have something to shoot at. I got. Anything else I have? Do I have the ability to? Oh, apparently. Okay, this is weird. If I hold the right trigger, I do a sprint thing. But if I press the left stick in, that toggles that mode. So now I'm always in this mode. Yes, this will do. Can I still like sniff? Okay, I can still. Huh. All right. Yes, it's just kind of. It looks less like we're doing a feral mouse run and more like we're some sort of like. I'm fine.
Is that some alternate ending?
Just kidding.
Just kidding. Whoop. What was that whoop sound? Alright, so I guess I'm supposed to use this. But yeah, if you're wondering, no, I can't just pull out the spyglass. Okay, that's what the D-pad does. If you're wondering, no, I can't just pull out the spyglass. Would have been nice.
Before you go,
What's on your mind?
Oh, I can't sniffer.
Have a good night.
That's fine. You've assumed the position. We're very creative in our relationship with our wife, soon-to-be wife. We do some roleplay here and there. Oh my god, this run is terrible. I'm going to use them everywhere. Whatever, you're all furry degenerates. Have a bunch of mouse ass. Why not? Where are we going? I don't know. We're supposed to make a stew, which means that's the last thing I'm doing. What's this? Collected 4 jam. Okay. Ooh. Okay, they put up an invisible wall, but maybe they should have done that before I could see the edge of the world. Just saying. Also, that tree looking good right there. See, I just like left. Well, even though there are invisible walls, they seem to be very lazy. Oh.
Is that some sort of alternate ending?
Oh no.
I just made that up.
I imagine you did. Okay. Oh. I'm fine, but I'm also not okay, hey, wait. Actually, I'm fine. By the way, I think every time that happens, I lose progress. So that's good. That is to say, if I get stuck and it resets me, I'll lose some progress. So, like, those items I picked up, if I get stuck, I'll have to pick them up again, I think. Correct if I'm wrong, I suppose, but I think the jam I grabbed earlier is still needing grabbing again, probably. Check my jam. Oh, that resets the sound every single time I do this. We'll get there eventually! I could probably break some sort of cutscene doing that. Let's see, where was the jam? It's like up here, I think. Wasn't it? I observed that. Yeah, save. I observed this. Oh wait, no, it actually is looted. Okay, save that time. So the reason I thought it was going to reset my progress is because remember how I looked at some of the candles and then broke myself with a box, and then some of the candles reset because I had checked them, I guess, at the wrong time. So I'm not supposed to be able to get to this area probably until later, right? Yep. That took about 10 seconds. What? Did I just hide in pickle juice for no reason? I did. Now I'm Shrek. Hello. Now this weird run combined with this makes me look very weird. It's a monster! So, okay. Nice. So here's the party that was made probably for me. They have some wonderful PNGs of potatoes in these buckets. That's good. Wait, hold on. Am I supposed to be... there's still collision, so I assume I'm supposed to be able to walk around here. Oh yeah, is there anything to investigate? Look at all... Okay, so we just got introduced to this big sniff mechanic, right? Hold on. So can I learn about pickles? I'd like to learn about pickles. And that's okay. How do you learn about anything? Oh wait, what? Oh, I'm making spells too, yeah. So it's like I can't, maybe, oh wait, do I already know about pickles? Is that why I can't learn about pickles? Oh wait, weird thing by the way. The D-pad quick selects certain things on this menu. But I noticed that, like, D-pad down goes to the progress page, but check this out. Watch what happens when I press D-pad down on the synths page. Watch very closely to the cursor. Even though the D-pad is supposed to select different parts of your journal, it will still... The D-pad direction will still interact with whatever page you're on for a brief second. So in other words, D-pad down is a quick shortcut to the progress screen. But if I press D-pad down on, say, the synth screen, it will actually go down one before changing pages. The only way to move down without changing pages is to use the analog stick. So the D-pad is meant to be a hotkey thing, but it still has directional control set to it, too. That's very odd. Yeah, I probably know about pickles already. That's probably what I was... Yeah, there's pickle. I already know about pickle. I don't need to learn about pickle. I am well versed in the art of pickle. What's over here? Ooh. Thanks? Why was there, like, a cutscene angle for this? That's not really a... Okay. Oh, guess we're leaving. Okay, here's my bet, right? This area will end by us like cutscene running to here, and then like the evil boat or something evil shows up, and we're looking at him, and that's why this is a weird, awkward angle. I bet that's gonna be how the level ends, by just like going there, and then something bad happens, and we're looking at it. Wait, I hear violin in the distance. Where? No, I hear violin. Where's that coming from? I would like the violin, thank you. You are sequence breaking. That's true. Not with much effort, I'm not, but... Alright, let's leave. Which I imagine will be a much easier process than getting in. Yep. I must find the violin. Do these very political grapes have anything to smell? No? Okay, apparently not. What's in here? Nothing. Alright. Well, there's that. There's something right there. Mental note. Just want to find the violin. Sounds like good music. There's a waterfall. Alright. Okay, I don't think I can get to that, actually. I was gonna try, but... I'll have to go around. It's not here. Can't touch the water, will die. Well... I like how our death sound doesn't even...
some sort of alternate ending?
I like our death sound doesn't even finish before we're reloading. Alright, drop. There we go. Look at this along the way. I saw this earlier. There's an awkward pause before I grab the jars, and I don't know why. Alright, let's keep looking around. Okay, let's actually make sure... So I think the jars are grabbing. I think we're fine on that. How do I check, actually? Jam, 12 of 32. 12 of 100. Okay. So we need to make sure we grab everything in the level, because that's what I do. Oh yeah, did we, can I, like... I can look at information on... Not sense. People. Oh, look at this! Sofia Rhyme-Maid. Philosopher. Sofia's family has toiled the soil of Lily Grove for a dozen generations, but despite being an established village family, they are far from wealthy. Her father passed away from illness when she was a young Dibbin, and since then, she, her mother, and her two sisters have worked the rye farm and brew house to provide for themselves. Is Dibbin a word in English vernacular, or is it like made up for Redwall? I'm not actually sure. But Sofia has never been satisfied with the agrarian life. That's a weird word. And since spent her childhood dreaming dreams of wanderlust and warriorhood. So as soon as she was of age, she applied to become a Lily Grove scout. Her mother accepts this choice of an intense job, but her sisters feel Sofia has abandoned her family for a life of snobbery. How is being a woodland scout being a snob? Well, none could be further from the truth, but Sofia's decision has left her relationship with her family broken and scarred. Sofia is quiet, contemplative, and in her adolescence was quite popular amongst the youth of Lily Grove, despite her own hidden insecurity. She is headstrong, stubborn, and resents having to ask anyone for help with anything. Even so, she is intelligent and has a keen eye for understanding others' hearts and motives. She trusts her gut when it comes to judging characters. She only has one gut, probably. But as she ages, she is learning that her gut does not always lead to the right path, and she's embarrassed when she realizes she's misjudged someone. It was this habit that led her to the fondness of Liam. As Dibbins, she took his frivolous nature as an indication of shallowness, only to later discover the thoughtful, introspective mouse that she would come to love. She loves yellow flowers and dislikes mushrooms. How do you dislike mushrooms? Mushrooms are pretty chill, actually. Alright, Liam. Liam's a warden. I'm just here for the furry card art. Liam was born and raised in Lily Grove Village, along with his 9 brothers and sisters. His family settled in Lily Grove after traveling north from the region of Castle Fleuret to seek a better life. Since then, they've become a respected family of farmers in the Bayside village. Liam's graduation to official scout, however, will be a proud day for the family, as he'll be the first family professional. Farming is professional work, too. Just a different type. Liam is always quick with a smile and a joke. Despite his reputation for being the village comedian, along with childhood friend Frabie Nutworth, that's a good name. He is known for his kindness, his compassion, and his eagerness to help all in need. His goodwill, though, overlays a mouse who is driven and strong-willed. Unlike his family, who are contented in their lives as farmers, he yearns to accomplish more as a scout. Perhaps even travel south to visit his family's homeland of Castle Fleuret. I wonder if it's Fleuret or Fleuret. I feel like Fleuret sounds better. His betrothal to Sofia Rhyme-Maid is, however, the greatest adventure he seeks to embark upon. Liam has had rosy eyes for her since they were Dibbins, and when he finally had the chance to dance with her at the name-day festival, he knew his heart would forever be unquestionably hers. Dibbins are young creatures of all species who reside in Redwall Abbey. It is an all-encompassing name for babes or young children. Dibbins also have a quaint mode of speech, especially mole babes. The term was first introduced in the Mariel of Redwall. I wonder if the Name Day Festival is a festival where, like, young Dibbins get their names or something. He loves mushrooms and hates onions. How do you hate onions? I used to hate onions, actually, so I kind of understand that, but I don't anymore. Coiled Twiddleman. We don't know much about Coiled Tibbleman. It's like, I'm not gonna read all this. I just wanted to read about the main characters. Also, there's no more interesting card art, so I'm sad now. Maybe we'll read his thing when I get his interesting card art by learning more about him. I assume that's what I gotta do. Man, this is really just sad, though. After playing Ghost of a Tale and just freaking loving it, this sprint animation just makes me feel so sorry for this game. It's like, oh, you tried. you really did try, I guess, but... Oh, bless your heart, you know? It's like... Whoa! Wait, did I just, like, glitch the game and give you a high jump? Oh, wait. Oh, that was a climbable ledge, or it's supposed to be. Yeah, the fact that both the spyglass and the slingshot are contextual is kind of disappointing. So... what is the point of this spyglass, exactly? Okay. Name Day is when the abbey names the season, not the demons. Oh! They name the season Autumn of the Warriors. Oh, they give flair to the seasons. That's actually kind of cool. I like that. I mean, how many times are you like, oh, you know, like, oh, last winter this happened. Like, well, which winter was that? Like, oh, you know, the winter of the... You know, the winter of the whimsical frog. That one. Like, that winter. Oh, yeah, the whimsical frog winter. I got you. It's like, it makes more sense that way. Like, yeah, that was a good winter. The whimsical frog. Winter of the whimsical frog. When the whimsical frog showed up and everybody was very happy. I am apparently jutting against the tree repeatedly. Alright. I'm sorry. Hey, Hedge, are you okay there? I don't think you are. Alright. I kind of... You know what I'm currently having trouble with? What the hell is this? Is this intentional? I guess so. Oh. Alright. Wait, what? That was the most confusing fast travel I've done in a while. Oh, hey, it's a secret area. You know what I'm currently having trouble with in this game? Currently, I'm having trouble with this. Am I out of bounds or am I not? Isn't this the hot spring? Why is that cold?
Tell it right, Grandpa.
Can't think of anything.
Tell it right, Grandpa! Can't think of anything. My Alzheimer's kicking in. I can't think of the story, I'll just have to make it up. He said that so depressed. Can't think of anything. So frogs eat mice of vor. Whimsical vor! It was the whimsical frog, after all. Confirmed singular of it. So wait. This is the secret hot spring, right? But here's the thing. The real issue I'm having with this game right now is, oh gosh, am I where the game wants me to be, or am I somewhere I'm not supposed to be? Like, it's hard to tell. Clearly the game wants me to explore somewhat to find the jams, for instance. But at the same time... Okay, so this is nice and warm. It's literally... Achievement unlocked, dip to paw. That was literally the hot spring. There was steam coming off of it and I froze to death. I apparently have a very, very, very low freezing point. Or very high freezing point, I suppose. Oh yes, the hot cold spring, yes. What's weird is I got an achievement. So, they didn't expect me to dip my paws in the hot spring. It didn't program it to be, like, you know, warm. But at the same time, they did program me to jump in the hot spring because I got an achievement doing it. The hell? Explain that one, guys. What's this? Found new lore. Survival tip. This is going to tell me how to not accidentally go out of bounds. Let's see. Wild mushroom survival tips. Light brown caps with neck frills. Kill! Brown smooth, the chef approves. The wrinkled and warped are often delicious, but it never hurts to stay suspicious. Always stay suspicious. Don't trust the mushrooms. Did I jump scare anyone by doing that? Just realized, like, Where am I exactly? I guess I'll have to climb up high and jump out of bounds. Oh, okay. Oh, there's an invisible wall. I think I... Okay, you know what? I guess that's fine.
I don't believe that.
I just made that up.
I don't believe that. No, really, our world is constructed via toothpicks and super glue. Alright, so... Are you good, camera? Alright, cool. So, I think the hot springs... I think I got the secrets in the hot spring. I don't... Actually, wait. Let me check the, lore. That was probably lore. I have some critters and scents to... Only 2 scents to find. I'm gonna double check just to make sure. Since I wrong warped out of there before I was ready. It's kind of tedious how every time I reset myself, one way or another, it just puts me back to the watchtower, which is kind of an inconvenient position to be in, I'll be perfectly honest. Alright, there doesn't seem to be anything else here. Your wife even told you this is a great place to dip your paws. She was trying to kill us. She doesn't actually love us. Spoiler. What we got here? See, we have many things, actually.
This beet is a bit pale, but it should do.
It got scared, I guess.
This beet is a bit pale, but it should do. A juicy red beet, fresh from the garden. That's all I needed from the garden. Let's see, what's next?
You're not done yet. Grab them all. I guess I grabbed the right ones rather than the wrong ones. Okay. I mean, I don't need to sit. I could just kind of see their shapes underground, and they're like, that's a carrot. I wasn't even trying to grab the right ones. I just kind of did. Oh, the camera does not like me being in here. All right. What we got here? Onion potato soup. 2 tablespoons butter. 2 Jills minced onion. 1 pawful of salt. 2 diced potatoes. 2 Jills meadow cream. 1 jack-aged cheese. Melt butter to skillet or medium heat and sweat onions until blonde, about half a whisker. Add salt, water, and potatoes and bring to a boil. Cover and reduce heat to simmer for a full whisker. Add meadow cream and cheese and heat to melt. Serve crusty toasty. Oh, crusty What do you think meadow cream is? What we got here? Hot root soup. 10 pawfuls paprika. 3 pawfuls ground peppercorns. 1½ jacks of ground hot root. 3 green onions. 2 cups pure spring water. 1 pawful chili powder. 1 cup shrimp/fish. Mix water, pepper, and paprika. Oh wait, it's not paprika. Oh, it is paprika, but it's misspelled here. Mix water, pepper, and paprika together and heat it for 5 minutes at a low temperature. Slowly add the rest. Slow boil, let it cool. Let is cool to the palate. Add chili powder and enjoy. Beware, spicy! The little creature that makes himself... What is this? I like to think the old mouse is like, then I wandered for several hours. I shall recount in great exact and detailed clearly how I jumped over a wall towards the empty tardy, jumped in pickle juice and looked off towards the horizon, and then I died. I am debating on if I should place a adorable mouse as we lean towards Bowser's Ruin. Yeah, go for it. I should probably talk to these guys, but not until I lead all their tents. I am stuck on snow. As you do. What is this? Is this a mailbox? Oh, it is. Way on business. Okay. Oh my god, I got a ton of mail. Oh my god, I can barely read this. This I don't read slightly cursive very well. Deliver to doorbell of Lily Grove. Ahoy, my flower! The children miss you something fierce and spent the whole afternoon making these here charcoal sketches for you. They vented to me. They vented me to draw something too. But alas, there was rigging to rig, and galley to patch. That's not to say I don't move you, but I hear to be strong for the little lady. And the voyage is going well. Should be home and moon. Winds notwithstanding as they are. And I know how you feel about trinkets, but I just couldn't bring myself to leave the thing behind. You'll see when we return, but I think even you'll be impressed by the thing. I better get these little slippers some riddles before they waste away into not but crispy jelly. I can't read half of this. Looks like Seekers. Looks like sea bay is on the menu tonight. Lightly buttered, salted, and herbed. Herbed? Steamed in its own juices, then fried to a crisp shell. Are you drooling yet? I am, and I think I got it on the letter. Apologies. Love for the family. It's not that hard. I cannot read this. This is my weakness. I cannot read fonts like these. This is slightly better. Slightly. Foxglove, Mum and Dad. I am writing to let you know that you are affably an aunt. Officially an aunt. As of late, last night, I have an adorable baby boy. Pennyroyal is still searching for the perfect name, but I just couldn't wait to write you. I am so excited. As soon as we're able, I plan to visit you all so you all can meet him. I would be speaking falsely if I didn't admit I miss Lily Grove the slightest bit. I miss the sound of the falls and the way the wheat swells on a hot day. Does wheat do that? And most important, I miss my family. Sorry to be brief. We'll write again soon. Love, Lavi. I don't know. Secret date. I can read this one. Greetings. This is Laban. Never mind the suspiciously Fraby-looking handwriting. What's Fraby? Nice weather, wouldn't you agree? The snow at night frosts up in such a way that the meadows look fur-cuttered with ice. Lily Grove looks right pretty from the watchtower. If you ever fancy a look at the sunrise from up there as the gate guard, it can be arranged. I wanted to check in on you and send my regards. Rumor has it you are feeling a little under the weather. Wishing I could be there to tend to you. Laban. The messier the handwriting, the easier it is for me to read it, I think. Shrubby. Or should that read, Brother Larkspur? How's life at the Abbey? I couldn't help but chuckle when Britterwood told me you started the laundry shift. Do forgive me, because I still remember you as an energetic Debon who hated chores. But it sounds like you are adjusting quite well. Moving on to the kitchen soon, I understand, right? Did you ever get in touch with a gentle mouse there who could speak their language? Used to be so interested in the insects around here. I remember when you brought home that giant snail one winter because you didn't want it to freeze. You may have hated chores, but I'd be paid purple if you weren't a sweetheart. Now look now, I've made myself cry. Tears smudging up the letter. I don't even have paper around the paper to write a second one. Well, take care of yourself. Come spring, it is likely I'll be run on by. Sure would like to see you again. Shrubby buckwheat. Changing the guards. Good season, old chap. Been living the lofty life aboard, eh, what? Been a fair bit of commotion on the coast, I must say. Pippin Paddle Lop, and I have nearly lost our tails in the ocean chill here in Saltport Landing. Worth it, though, for the cured fish they make here. I've never been so well fed on duty. And I played a part in the infamous Idle Scone Squadron back in the day. Aye, good times. My knees hurt less back then. My fur is more gold than gray. To be honest, this is why I'm writing to you, old chap. I lack the same spring I did as a corporal. I used to hear a butterfly bat its wings a mile away in a windstorm during late fall, but now I'm lucky to hear the dinner bell. It would be this old hare's honor to name you my successor, which is why we would love for you to return post haste. Good old Basil Steakhair plans to relieve your post. Basil Steakhair. With a name like that, he gets all the ladies. Alright. Also, I think I'm just reading everybody's mail. This is very rude, but that's fine. Special thanks to the Order of Redwall Abbey. I would like to extend a special thanks to Redwall for the medicine they sent last season. Trixie is feeling worlds better and the swelling has finally gone down. We'd love to come and thank you in person when he feels well enough to travel again. And please, pass this along to Brother Ructus. Ructus? He was very caring and helpful. You have some very special individuals there in Redwall. Best regards, Barktel family. Barktel family? Are they puppos? I hope so, but probably not. I think puppos are too big for this world, for this setting, actually. Maybe a very, 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 very small puppo. Ichabod, my friend, I know gatherings and festivals aren't quite your Tinker Deville, but I would still like to extend a paw and invite you to a little meetup of chefs. You see, it's nothing too grand, but there will be a swapping of soups and breads and all manner of victuals for munching. Last meetup I served that keg of your special batch of nut brown, and the lads were positively nutty about it. Ahem, forgive the humor. What I mean is, they are eager as wee dibbins for more, and it got me thinking how pleased they'd be to meet with the brewer behind the brew. Hoping to see you there. Rootsworth. Rootsworth is a good barkeep name? Twixie, a nice name for a deerling. Yeah, kinda. Alright, let's see here. You guys had some comments. I'm gonna read them. Jill, smart, sassy, independent woman who makes others jealous of her wit, looks, and charm. Okay, fair enough. This is why games need an option to have basic text box when it comes to reading letters. Some games do, and that's a good feature. I mean, I appreciate the custom handwriting for different people in the game. That gives it a good bit of world building, but also I can't read certain texts. Wouldn't they be massacred to other animals? Yeah, that's why I'm thinking that that probably wouldn't work. Roasted carrot and mushroom soup. 8 thick sliced carrots, 1 score quartered mushrooms, 3 sliced onions, 2 cloves smeared garlic, 1 potful salt, 1.5 puddle spring water, 2 Jill's meadow cream. Anybody have an idea what meadow cream is yet? I'm really curious. 2 potfuls rosemary. Roast all vegetables in a warm oven until tender and smiling. Add the simmering and seasoned creamy water and simmer for 4 whiskers, low and slow. Puree until smooth as silk. Garnish with crushed nuts or sliced green onions. This suddenly makes me realize, you guys know those, there's a few YouTubers out there that are cooks and they cook dishes from like TV shows or movies or from video games. This makes me suddenly realize Redwall probably has some actual recipes here and there. I mean, these are certainly recipes. It'd be kind of cool to cook Redwall recipes. That would be neat, actually. Also, technically, though, while dogs would be massive, you have to consider something. I just picked a bunch of like onions and radishes and stuff, and they're technically speaking, aren't these vegetables really small? Theoretically speaking. Because, like, wouldn't a normal size onion for a human be, like, fucking massive for a mouse? I don't know. They did be a single whoop, but they weren't exactly alive when they were encountered. Pupper hungry. I wonder something. Okay, I clipped through it. Well, let's talk to some people. And loot that box.
I see the sweet aroma of jam caught your nose. Well, if you happen to spot any more of those little wicker baskets of jam around, be sure to grab it. We've got a bit of a contest going on with the other scout corps.
Let's see here. Epic said, those who have read the Redwall series by Brian Jacques are familiar with a dessert called meadow cream. Cream is a heavily favored treat throughout the entire series. It is a common ingredient in most drinks and desserts. Many of the woodland creatures are found simply enjoying cream on its own. However, meadow cream is the superlative form of cream. Brian Jacques describes it as cream sweetened with honey and other meadow herbs. I'm just wondering where they source the cream. I guess there's multiple... I guess, technically speaking, there's a lot of animals that technically produce milk, so I guess there's multiple ways they could technically get a hold of cream.
Ah, here's our initiate now. Glad you finally made it.
Finally indeed. The moon's full up and we haven't even started the soup. Your job is to get tonight's supper started, and we'll be making soup. Exactly what kind of soup is up to you, but let old Rootsworth give ye a few pointers. Everybody has their loves and everybody has their hates. Tain't no way, no how to make everybody happy. But a smart chef can usually keep everybody fed. Go do your scrounging and come back here to see how to turn cold water into a hearty broth that'll make a badger lord weep.
I trust your betrothed left you the list of ingredients. Well, go on then. They won't gather themselves.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Alright.
I'm certain a youngster such as yourself has better things to do than pestering old Mouse and his pipe.
You don't have a pipe.
Soup, you say? You're rather lucky. Your betrothed.
That's okay,
had to
Epic.
make
I was
pies
interested.
for everyone. Oh, brilliant job, that. The best mushroom pie I've had in ages. Certainly it's not typical for Soup, but as you're just getting to know everyone, you should be aware that Tussa is allergic to nuts. All of them. Oh, frightening thought for a mouse. Oh. Luckily, it's nothing too serious. Still, that seems like the kind of information you might want to have.
Actually, that would kind of suck if you were allergic to nuts and you were a mouse, because that is a fair, it's a fair part of diet.
Soup, you say? You're. Oh, I do love mushrooms. Oh. But the secret to long life and a quite excellent coat, if I say so myself, is anything hot. Give me food that's spicy and prone to set your whiskers a-quiver. Hot root especially is good for the humours. Regina tells me I'm a jester by temperament, but I'm a salamander by appetite. Funny though, I can't stand onions. Oh, hate the things.
The nice thing about soup is you can disguise ingredients. You can have somebody a soup of has onions in it. They hate onions. They don't notice.
Certainly, it's not typical. Oh, I do.
There's a weird thing about. That's really okay. There's something wrong with the menu.
All clear.
Check this out. Supper, natter, never mind.
All clear.
Right? Supper, now, never mind. Now, check this out. If I go supper... Oh. Oh, I see. The supper opens the sub-menu after he says the dialogue line. He never mind backs out of it. Natter, then. Let's natter.
What a story, that one. In fact, a bit unsettling, if you ask me. You see, his mother had been quite barren for longer than her fragile heart could bear. And when Mr. Rushwittles took his journey to Dark Forest, it seemed all hope was lost for his line. Until the old gal showed up to High Leighton great with child. She glowed with pride, and despite her condition, she danced each and every tune as if it were the last song she'd ever hear. But the story took a dark turn when she brought water afore the birch leaves had turned to gold, and her bonny child came far too soon. The midwife did what she could, which was precious little, and placed the pitiful, mewling thing in a pumpkin shell by the fire to keep him warm, but walked away weeping for the poor, weeping widow. Then, the next day, I was strolling by the home and heard the widow singing and saw her dancing a jig through the window. The look on her face was a mixture of genuine joy and a fair determination. It seemed her tiny boy had survived the night, and what she could do but dance in Thanksgiving and in Warden. The next day it was the same, and the next, and the next. By spring, the tiny thing had tripled in size, and everybody in Leagrove started to wonder if somehow the widow's mad dancing was just the thing to make her Dibben thrive. A few of the women even invited her over to dance for their newborns, as if she wielded some bit of the old magic, which of course was ridiculous. But still, there the boy is, the biggest mouse in Lilygrove, except in Rootsworth. And who can explain his unusual tale?
You spin quite a yarn, Mr. Coyle.
Thank you, sir. I do make the effort.
Oh, so I'm here for the voice acting. This is actually... There's legitimately good voice acting, and that was a legitimately good story. It's weird. The gameplay really does fail, but there was a lot of love put into the writing and the acting. Let's talk about Freebie.
Don't tell me you've taken a shine to that one already, have you? I don't mean to suggest Freebie is a bad mouse. It's just that he's the sort of fellow who always finds himself in the vicinity of trouble without ever falling in. Master Nutworth seems to think he's just lucky, but I know more than one of his mates has met the flat side of a wicket on account of Freebie's luck. As an example of just this kind of thing, do you remember Tom Larchburn? The tall, skinny mouse, just a few seasons older than yourself.
Just a bit. He and his kin moved away, if I recall.
Indeed they did. moved all the way to the base of Salamanderstrand on account of something else that happened that very same autumn.
Liam, my boy, I doubt you'd remember it, but there was a fire that destroyed the West Crop field of the Rye-Maid ladies.
It's a mercy that ground was fallow, for it sure have been a terrible matter. When the ashes had settled, there were Tom and Freyby, huddled under a stump in the midst of it all. Nobody ever cast a stone, mind you, but it wasn't a week before the Larchburn clan moved west, in the hope the long patrol hares might take young Tom on as a squire, or some such, and teach him some better manners. But so far as I know, Freyby walked away with naught but a singed whisker.
What else are we talking about? Tussa, sure.
Wonderful creature, Tussa. Brilliant tactical mind. It was just the past summer that we were down south on an errand for Ichabod, when we were attacked by a great, bulgy toad.
Oh, that's not much meaner than a frog.
Kitted out like some kind of gladiator with a net and a spear. Oh, I can't imagine where he got the stuff. But there was Tussa, attacked by surprise and cleverly drawing the creature off balance, just in time for me to break its guard and disarm the monster. If it hadn't been for her quick action, I fear we'd both be worse off.
I seem to recall something rather different in her report.
I imagine Miss Pausnick, being the humble creature she is, might tell the tale differently. But don't let that fool you. She fights like a wolverine, I tell you.
Oh, let's talk about the cook, actually.
Oh, what can I tell you about jolly old Rootsworth that isn't as plain as the buck on his shirt? For one, there's a lot more to that mouse than meets the eye. He has roots that go back into the dusty corners of Lilygrove history. And the truth is, nobody really knows how old he is, or where he grew up, or who his mother is. His charming father, whose story was equally veiled, just showed up one day with a son who could already walk and talk with nary an explanation. Of course, that was well before my time, so I'm only recounting the local legends. You can be sure that there's more than biscuits and gravy to Rootsworth.
Mr. Coyle, you besmirch the good mouse's name.
Not at all, Captain. I only add a little flair and mystery to it. Youngsters like this one need their imaginations set alight to breed proper awe, which is just what that ragged old beast deserves.
Proper awe. You know, you gotta have a little bit of enchantment in your life. Keeps things interesting, keeps you thinking, keeps you observing. But I find the Toad story is interesting though, because I'm like, wow, that sounds like a really great combat scene, which this game will never have, probably, with its budget. Oh wow, even more. Okay, Sofia.
Here, let me tell you something, mouse to mouse, son. There's a better chance of you playing Skittles in Marshank than you finding a better gal than Sofia. With every bit of good advice I have in my right paw, I implore you, love her well, and never, ever take the last for granted. Who knows what the future will hold, but I expect she'll do great things, and you'll be proud to stand at her side.
I gotta say, yeah, Curtis just mentioned this game would have done better if it was more like Disco Elysium. Great Ryan carrying the whole thing. Honestly, I would have just enjoyed this as an audiobook or something. Probably, too. Like, just, yeah, something like that. Let's talk about Robin.
The first time I met the captain.
Oh, Mr. Coyle, not this story.
Yes, this story. The first time I saw him, there was an enormous stoat, dressed like a Vulpine shaman and dripping with bangles and bells, sitting
shaman?
right on top of Captain Robin, pinning him to the turf and trying to pull his arms off.
Well, that sounds a bit rude.
The captain, who wasn't even a scout back then, is moaning and squeaking, and I'm certain he's about to perish. So I rushed at the creature, swinging the only thing I was carrying, a huge basket of fresh raspberries. In mid-leap, I hear Robin's back snap like a dry twig.
Oh no!
And the berries come crashing down over the stoat's tattooed pate like so much fresh blood.
He wasn't breaking my back, he was fixing it. I'd injured myself that spring, and the good healer was helping me with some rather vexing pain.
Oh.
How was I to know that? Nevertheless, the stoat slowly stands up, dripping red juice like a wounded king from some ancient tragedy, looks me dead in the eye and growls, "I thought we'd agreed on gooseberries."
That's a good... Yeah, these stories are legitimately in transit. That's why I'm just, like, listening to them. Okay, that's all the stories from this guy. That was fun. I enjoy... What, Ichabod? Wait, what's Ichabod?
Of course, you know old Ichabod, don't you? He's the kind of fellow youngsters speak about in whispers, I imagine. Don't let Ichabod's rough, outward manner fool you, though. He's actually just that ornery all the way through. Of course, it wasn't always so. It never is. When he lived in Honeyshire, he was handsome and strong and happy. But the tale is that jealous and spiteful neighbours, led by the father of a spurned love, took to slander and gossip, blunting his aspirations and breaking his heart. He tried to weather the jeers, but in time he grew bitter and moved here to get a new start. And I can't say that I blame him. As such, I try my best to offer him every kindness I can at every turn, which is how I attempt to welcome him to our village.
That's your motive? To make him feel welcome?
Well, he also presses the finest cider in 100 leagues, which keeps me motivated.
You gotta have a little bit of a selfish, motivation.
I do believe there's a letter for him in the postbox. Why don't you bring it to him?
Ooh. Secret quest discovered. Alright, cool. It's interesting, though. The Ichabod was just randomly on the list there. He wasn't before. Very odd. I think he was actually on the wrong list, so he was kind of accidentally hidden.
All clear. Very well. Carry on.
I didn't expect to be in a conversation with Coil that long, but I enjoyed every minute of it. How about you? Yeah, I got an optional... Complete collect UL optional. There you go. Okay, let's talk about... Oh, we can add it to you as well? Alright, let's do cooking tips.
The first secret to all good victuals is a proper application of salt. You learn to get that right and you'll be halfway to a Master Chief in one step.
I mean, that's fair.
Did you say Master Chief?
Did I? No, Master Chef. Chef.
You'll be the chief chef. What's the second secret?
The second secret is the right and proper application of heat. Simple as that. If you can learn the narrow way between a sear and a saute, you can turn carrots into gold, tomatoes into sunbeams, and gruel into glory.
That's true, actually. Third
You're
secret.
quite the little starling tonight, aren't you? My third and final secret is
I know.
this. Don't get a jabbering when there's work to be done. That cauldron still looks mighty cold to my eye. But come back later. I could speak about such things until dawn with nary oppose, but none of this batch of scouts takes the slightest interest, so a kindly ear is most welcome. Later.
Work first, talk later. Gotcha. What's your favorite food?
Oh, no, you don't. A chef's job is to feed his crew and keep 'em full, not get his own savour in the way. You just make the meal as you can, and old Rootswith will be keeping a weather eye on everything else.
That's fair. Yeah. I personally consider that if you are hungry, you cook better anyways. So don't worry about your own hunger. Just like if you are hungry, I think you become more culinarily creative, thinking about ways to combine things and such. So don't worry about eating. Worry about feeding. If you're cooking, Natter. Let's natter. Oh wow, we can natter about everyone again. All right, sure.
I've watched Laban grow from a tiny bundle of fur into that mountain he is now. He was birthed a fair bit too early by Lady Columbine's reckoning, and shaking her head claimed he'd not likely survive the afternoon. But he did. And the next one.
Wow.
And the next. His mother told me one morning that every day her little Dibbon still drew breath was another day she'd dance a jig, so happy she was to have her one and only child alive and thriving. And it weren't no exaggeration. Widow Rushwhittles danced every morning until her paws wore out. So now she sings. Oh yes, Freebie. Quite the project, that one.
Project.
What do you mean?
On second thought, it's best I don't say anything. Ever. for all the vinegar she's given to others, she's never given me aught but honey. Sweet little thing if you give her the chance to be herself. Seems to old Rootsworth that she's got a chip on her shoulder, always trying to prove her worth to the other scouts. But with me, well, I suppose there just ain't nothing to prove. A sweet thing, with more heart than most beasts ever come to know. So listen to me now. That young mouse is precious to me, and if you give her the slightest grumble, I'll know.
Ooh. No, Epic. I get what you mean. You mean the food's ass and it's not very good. I read that a different way. Anyways, Rootsworth, tell me about yourself.
Were you a scout when you were...
Younger? Thinner? No need to be coy.
Bread and honey sounds pretty nice. Toast and honey?
But to answer a perfectly reasonable question, no. The rush-stalk mice have been cooks for the Scout Corps for generations, and I followed proudly in my family's way. I was still a squeaking dibbon the first day I stood beside my father at the fire, wielding the knife and paring potatoes, and I wouldn't have it different for all the saffron in Southsward.
So if you were never a scout, then you never trained in things like wall scrambling or hazardous traversal techniques?
Nope, not one whit.
But... Please forgive me, sir, but I'll have to ask. How do you get up here?
Oh, is that the bush you've been beating around? Well, it's easy now. I just throw my great big bag of kit over my right shoulder, see?
Yes?
And then I just put my left finger alongside my snout, you see?
Yes? Yes?
Then I give a slight little nod of the head, you see? And up I go.
That's how you get to camp? You fly?
What?
Well, when you say not like that, it sounds silly.
What? Are they using like an elevator of some sort? That's what I got out of that. I don't know what that is. We're getting screwed around with it, I think.
That's where
Mr.
I
Coyle.
draw the line. At gossiping about my superiors. If you want to know about Mr. Coyle Twiddlemin, then old Rootsworth be claiming you ask him mouse to mouse. And you can be sure he'll tell you. More than you probably care to know.
I see. It's a reference. He does look a little bit sadish. I can see it. What about Robin?
You'll not catch me saying anything but praise about Captain Robin, and even that only in teaspoons. He's a proper hero, that one, but that's not my story to tell. I can say this about the mouse. My family has served under a baker's dozen of consecutive captains, and each one did us honor in their own way, but it was Captain Robin who first made it so we shared in the civic graces due to Scouts proper. He went so far as to get our right written into Lilygrove bylaws, and that included a patch of land to call our own. East side of Sexton's Hill it is, and never a captain looked after us like that afore. Like I said, he's a special one, that Captain Robin, and you do well to learn his ways.
Honestly, that's kind of cool because you need to respect your chefs. They are a backbone of morale, especially for like any sort of military setup. So, yeah. Not only morale, but also health. Food helps both of those things. Also, monkey bread is basically like... Monkey bread is basically if you took the middles of the soft, yummy middles of cinnamon rolls and you just made a bunch of the soft middles of cinnamon rolls and not the outside parts of them. That's it. Also, I did not expect to be stuck in dialogue this long, but it's a good stuck. It's like a vor stuck. It's a good stuck. Let's talk to Robin about jam, apparently.
Captain, tell me more about this jam contest.
It's a scout tradition to stash these baskets around for the
Well, that's
finding.
a lot of dialogue.
And not just Lilygrove scouts, mind you, but all the scout corps around Mossflower. At the end of each season, we compare our find to see who's got the most jam. And then Rootsworth bakes the winner the best pie you've ever tasted. Why, last spring, Coyle found so much jam that Rootsworth had to commission a special baking pan from the metalsmiths at Salamandastron.
Salamandastron sounds cool.
If you happen to stumble upon any, be sure to grab them. We've won 4 seasons in a row, and I'm not about to let my scouts fall behind.
That didn't fit. That didn't all fit in the... That's fine. I'm more listening than reading.
It's soup tonight, is it? And I deduce you hope to discern something useful about my palate? Trying to curry favor? Curry, yes.
Very clever,
well,
Robin.
There's
Thank you.
nothing wrong with that, if done in good spirit. I myself am quite fond of boiled potatoes, though they are hard to come by this time of year.
You know, I ordered some groceries yesterday, and they arrived today, and my wife put them away while I was napping before the stream. But I think there's cinnamon rolls in the kitchen now, actually. Any more?
Looking for more? Very well, just one more tidbit, and then off with you. I too must prepare. What I said about potatoes? As fate would have it, Rootsworth can't stand things. Finds them smackish. Whatever that means.
That means they'll smack you against the head and hurt.
Information wisely, Initiate. After all,
Potatoes are heavy.
Rootsworth has been a great friend for many years. And he's a third-generation chef for the Lily Grove Scouts.
Sounds like I have to really manage people's palates and stuff for this meal. But what I'm probably going to do is just literally throw everything in it and see what happens. Let's natter a bit. Tell me about the Scouts, Robin.
The Scouts have been part of Lily Grove since before Lomehedge Abbey was built, and it has always been a station of great honor, but also one of great responsibility. Each of us who bears the silver bloom bears the weight of our community, who look to us for protection. To be a Scout is to wear a mantle of burden, as well as one of respect, and we must each be vigilant to stay focused, adept, and think of ourselves only after we've considered others.
Your father wanted to be a Scout. Did you know that? But that gammy paw of his kept him from it. Do you know how he got that injury?
He never said.
No? Well, I like to think it came from a mighty brawl with some dreadful vermin. As good a tale as any, if you ask me. You just keep that little yarn, and think on your father with pride. It'll keep you righted to know courage runs in your own veins.
Oh, I got a achievement unlocked. I hate the achievement names. I got achievement unlocked. Daddy issues. Achievement writer, you're trying to be funny, but you're kind of just being disrespectful of the writing. just gotta say that right out, straightforward. Like, seriously, it's like you're reading a really good book written by a classic author. You're like, lol, they said lol, they said carrots in a weird way. Oh, lol. It's like, come on, dude. Like, also, Carcer's got offended there a little bit. Lack of cinnamon rolls offends him. Fighting.
I remember precisely the feeling. The sense of urgency can be overwhelming, but all in good time. You have proven tonight that you have mastery over yourself, but it's only then that any beast should bear arms. My mentor said, never give a mouse a sword who hasn't learned to dance.
Huh.
It's only this evening, dear mouse, that you showed us your skills. Rest assured, you'll begin combat training on the morrow.
I like that.
I remember precisely the feeling. The sense of urgency.
I really like that, the aspect of, like, no, don't train them to fight until they have mastery over themselves, which I assume means, like, agility and nimbleness and perhaps never, like, I like that line, never give a mouse a sword who hasn't learned to dance. I wonder if that's, like, also about having good humors, basically kind of having a good sense of self, a good charisma, a certain a good attitude before being taught sword training and such. That seems to be what they're going for. I like that, actually. Let's talk about Coil.
Mr. Coil and I have been companions for longer than we have not. Quite truly, I've lost track of when we first sorted together, fresh recruits, under Captain Zephyria.
She was tough, that one. Fair, but tough.
In my estimation, Mr. Coil is a finer scout than I ever could be, but perhaps has a temperament better suited to the field than to the table. Would you agree, my old friend?
Indeed I would.
So he does me the great honor of submitting to my leadership, and I do my best to defer to his superior skill. In this way, I think we make rather a good team.
Adventure!
I can't begin to tell you how much this means to me, sir. It feels as though my whole life is spread out before me. Up till now, my life has always been about one more chore, one more delivery, and it's always so dull and boring. I long for a bit of adventure, a spot of real danger, Without my elders looking over my shoulder the whole time, scolding me for what is and isn't safe. These last few months, I've been overwhelmed. Just hearing all the stories the scouts tell. But to think that now I'll be telling those tales instead of just listening.
I remember quite well being in just the place you are right now. Anxious for adventure, itching for a fight. You were, of course, the same way, Mr. Coyle?
Indeed I was, sir.
And now?
A bit worse for wear, I suppose, sir.
Yes, well, far be it from me to quench the enthusiasm of youth. However, I think you'll find that adventure is something quite different in the moment than it is in the mind. Still, this is not the time for somber proclamations, is it?
Yeah. Sword fights sound interesting until you're in one. Sofia.
Captain Robin, have you seen Sofia? I don't think I've sent her once since I arrived.
No? Well, surely there must be a good reason. I'm quite certain you'll be back together soon enough.
Let's talk about Rootsworth.
Captain Robin, I was wondering if I might ask you something about Rootsworth. But I don't mean to seem impolite.
You may ask, but I won't promise you an answer.
The thing is, I can't understand how he gets up here. There's no road. The climb is far too treacherous. I don't understand.
I see. In this, I am inclined to let my dear friend keep his own secrets, but I will add this bit of input to your query. Know that rarely are things quite what they seem, and a good scout must learn to seek the deeper truths in both situations, and in people. I'm sorry I can't say more.
Oh, Carsters. Epic. The mom part of Mom Jolt wanted to give you cinnamon rolls there for a bit. Alright, I think we're done here. Unless... Nope, that's it. Alright, finally... Wow, we spent a long time with those 3 mice, but it was worth it. I enjoyed the stories. Certainly something to be said over the gameplay, I would say. But... while the gameplay is a vehicle to the stories, I'll take the gameplay. It's fine by me. Ooh, cards. Oh, I think I missed this earlier. Anything in here? Well, the snow's coming in. That's probably not good for the scrolls right there. Those look like jars of jam I need. But I guess not. I am stuck. I'm good. The camera is not my friend. This much I have learned. Alright, let's look around a bit more. There's some veggies here. Can I... Oh, fish. Those are not... I don't know why I thought those were veggies. Ignore me. It even says fish right there. I like how the little plunger thing in the hole in the barrel is acting as the eye. Alright, let's see here. Alright, well, let's look at our tally. How are we doing on our tally? So we have not... What we are missing are 4 pieces of lore, 1 riddle, quite a bit of jam, 2 scents, and 3 critters. Okay. How else do you think... Are Cyril's your blighter religious things? Jeez Louise. How do you think he was able to create... Oh, that's why! That's why Beerus brought up Tucker earlier, because we were discussing cinnamon rolls. I actually wasn't sure why he brought that up, but now I get it. Speaking of getting... Okay. Also... It's okay, Epic. You don't have to watch Poke Roll. Honestly, though, Tucker should probably get a fat fur picture of him just eating tons of cinnamon rolls because it would kind of be fitting. Also, yes, I know I went the wrong direction. I should go the other way. That'd be cannibalism. Very adorable cannibalism. Why did I, like, fucking trip and fall on my face there? What the hell? Don't consider Tucker Tim's cinnamon roll instantly. You bring shame, Dirty. I'm sorry. Maybe sweets were not currently on my mind at this exact moment. Let's see here. So I'm supposed to find a bunch more jams. I'm sure we'll find them. God, do you notice the like these trees? They don't even know when to do. Look at these trees. Well, just watch. So the trees have a low detail and a high detail model. When you're close to them, they're 3D. When you're far away, they're literally just these bright 2D images, which look terrible. I just realized. But I'd like to point out when these trees de-render. Is it furthest to closest? No, it's random. Look, the furthest ones are de-rendered. I walk away a little bit. Some closer ones de-rendered, but the ones behind them are still 3D. I walk away further. A couple ones more close de-render. More stuff de-renders. Wow. Okay, you know what it is, guys? They have a very blatant low detail model if you're far away from the trees, but it appears that some of the trees they forgot to make them go low detail. They just stay high detail. This is a good demonstration why this game has bad performance. Because they can't even have low detail models loaded right half the time. So yeah, no wonder the performance isn't great. Is that a scroll? Looks like a scroll. Can't grab it. It's quite okay, man. Pokeroll is quite a project to watch through. You think I can walk through this shallow stream and safely? Kind of? I guess? Oh yeah, it's weird though, because I need to look out for jams, so I'm like, I need to go off the path a bit, but every time I go off the path, I'm really worried I'm leaving the game's intended boundaries. Because it's very easy to do that. 'Tis a bit awkward. Mister. Oh, that's cute. It's not a book in the back. Just a book. Hello.
Have you not any work to do?
Oh, Tussa, you got it. So you got some attitude, don't you?
Could you use some help?
No. Why do you think I need help? I can do this job just as well as any beast here. I don't see you offering to help any of them.
No, I didn't mean anything by it.
Of course not. And I'm sorry for nipping.
Oh, a sharp tongue. You? Never. Oh, honestly, I doubt much of anything could dampen my mood tonight.
Of course. This isn't just initiation for you. It's the start of your new life, isn't it? I'd almost forgotten that. Sofia is a wonderful mausoleum. I mean, initiate. And a talented scout. You be sure to tell her I said as much, won't you?
Of course I will. The very moment I've caught her ire and need a quick compliment to ease the strain. You know she speaks very fondly of you. She says you were a great ally in her own initiation.
That I was. And as it should be. Two of us need to stick together, you know.
How about supper?
You got cooking duty tonight. What's the plan? Soup? Twist my whiskers! For my initiation, I had to make stuffed toadstools. Do you see now what I feel put upon? If you are making
That sounds harder.
I have a request. I do ever so long for the taste of fish. Roasted tomatoes, grilled squash, cold meadow cream. I mean, they're all wondrous to be sure, but I long for something more hearty, something that carries all those other things, like a mum carries her wee dibbin.
I see.
What, was that too much?
No, not at all. I've just never heard someone compare their food to a baby. That's all.
Well, I don't know. Have you had a baby? Maybe they taste good. You don't know that.
It was too much.
Jeez, don't be judgmental.
Secret. You had to ask about me, didn't you? You remember I was always so awkward and graceless.
I don't know either, but
Sophia and Foxglove always put the jiggles in my stomach. That's why me and Cloverdown stuck to fishing. The logic of line and tackle is simple. It never changes, and there's no guessing if the day was for winning or losing. Raby? Well, I wouldn't know the first thing about him. Why do you ask?
Okay, that was a very short one. There's a bit of she is a good voice actor, but unfortunately her mic isn't as good as the others.
I didn't much gather with the Raymade girls when we were young. In truth, I kept most often to myself. I've come to be quite fond of Sofia now as we've been scouts together. She's quite a special creature, Liam, and so help me, you better be good to her. She's smart and strong and full of life, that one. Do right by her, and the two of you have a real chance at finding this special life in this great big forest.
Given my job, it is very quick for me to notice things like that.
Don't think I've forgotten all the times you pulled some nasty prank on me when we were young. I especially remember one night you slipped an eel into my bait box.
What? Me? Why, Tusser Paws, Nettle. Perish the thought.
There now, don't get down in the waffles. I said I remembered. I never said I was cross. When we were young, it was as if Cloverdown was my mate and you were a puka. We'd shout and shoo you off, but then we'd laugh at it all that week. I kept mostly to myself, but you were always in my shade, and I took it as a kindness. Seeing how we'll be scouts, and you're off to wed that sweet mouse, I thought you should know.
Cute.
Rootsworth has been quite good to me, I must say. A right gentle mouse he is, except in the filthy apron, of course. I'll let you in on a secret with him. His father and his father's father were chefs for the Scout Corps. He hasn't got any dibbins of his own, so he's keen to teach his trade to anyone who will listen. Show the slightest bit of interest in cooking, and you're his instant favourite. Did you ever get to wondering, though, just how and when he gets up here? I've never quite seen him arrive or depart. It just always seems he's either up here or down in town. I can't imagine him climbing the ascent path. You should ask him.
That has been attempted.
Yes, Laban.
I'm sorry to hear
He
that,
is a sweet and gentle fellow, isn't he? And I'm quite sure he's only trying to be nice, but it does so get under my pelt when he tries to help me with just about anything.
Have a good night.
He's just a helper by his nature, he is, and it's ever so sweet and kind, but for me, a mouse who's trying her best to stay bold and strong on her own merit, it can be blasted frustrating. Do you ever feel that way? Irritated when a beast offers to lend a hand on something you're quite able to do yourself?
Not at all. I'm quite the opposite, to be true.
I can be back and forth with that.
Sofia is much like you, I think. Still, I can scarcely imagine gentle Laban being patronizing or mocking.
You're right there. Ugh, I can be such a wildcat at times when I get my whiskers ruffled. Ugh, I hope I haven't offended him.
I could either be one way or another. Sometimes I appreciate the help, and sometimes I'd rather not have to answer, no, you're fine, I just need to work on this, and just focus on the project, rather not have to stop to tell somebody, no, I don't need help, thanks.
I don't talk about it much, but I owe Mr. Coyle my very life. Twice. Last summer, we were on a long trek to the south fetching some fenrop or something old Ichabod was brewing. Some of the foulest misery ever to meet my nostrils. The whole adventure put us in the middle of a wide bog, and with the mist and rushes, it was easy to lose sight of one another. When out of nowhere, this great and dreadful toad leaps from the mist and drops a huge net over my head. My arms were pinned, my sword sheathed, and the slimy beast made a mighty croak of victory as he stood over this helpless scout. Suddenly, I see Mr. Coyle leaping from the branches above, screaming in a voice like the storming surf. Like the wind, his blade clove the arm from that wretched toad, and the spear it was holding, staining the reeds with its blood. In shock, the toad leapt backward as if it had been hit by a badger's cudgel, and an enormous splash was the last we heard of the monster.
Oh my! That was this last summer! Oh, I had no idea we'd been in any kind of danger.
Oh, aye. From time to time, that is.
I'll be sure to keep my wits then. But hold now. You said he'd saved you twice.
That story will have to wait till I know you a wee bit better.
I like how our character is like, oh, I've joined the scouts. Oh my, the scouts get put into danger? Yeah, that's why they're scouts. Scouts, aka exploring and possibly fighting out in the, the booties. My goodness, danger. I joined the army for a relaxing time. I did not expect there to be risk to my health.
I don't mind saying that I wish Captain Robin was my own father instead of the one I got. For all the great mouse has on his mind, he's never once quieted my question or turned me away for wisdom. I think all the scouts feel that way. He's like the dad and granddad we all wish we had, whether in our real pals were good mice or not. Captain Robin's just special, he is. Don't you think?
I I see what you mean, Tussa. But I never trade my father for anyone in this great green world. Captain Robin is wise and brave and surely kind. But I can't see him telling a single joke in his entire life. That's something I would never replace in my own paw. For instance, why don't the river shrimp contribute to the Abbey pool box?
Oh, please, Liam, just stop.
Because they're shellfish! See? Captain Robin would never pull a gag like that.
How can you say that like it's a bad thing?
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame. If it wasn't for her mic, I would say that... honestly, her voice acting is great. Her mic is just... The problem with the mic is it doesn't have enough range. So it's a bit tinny, a bit trebly. Lacking any sort of bass tone. Which hopefully my mic is better with, because this mic has been good to me, honestly. Letter to coil. Oh yeah, what do I have to do in the missions? Apparently I did everything I was supposed to, so I think I can cook the thing. No, I have to gather other things for this. Gather corn, onion, and potatoes from the zipline course. And then specialty cheese, and then other stuff. Okay. Oh no, I'm not really worried about it. What did I get? This one? What was the, wait, what recipe did I... Oh yeah, letter to coil, that's what I got. Greetings, Coil! Been a good season since I saw you last. How are things going in the Scout Corps? My Squirrel Scouts are perfecting some remarkably impressive aerial maneuvers that would turn a Spara green with envy. Since it's been so long since our last meet, it's been even longer since our scouts have mingled. This winter's has been a fair bit mild, and it's got me to thinking. Perhaps some good ice training was in order. Slush grappling, berg hopping, snow tracking, moss mulching, you know? All that good survival stuff that only works when all the leaves are fell and any warmth has left the forest. One act the Barktail lads recently wrote. The Barktail lads recently rode a large chunk of tree bark down a snowdrift and performed a most elegant dismount, face first to an icy river. The lad nearly lost an ear in the chill, but of course all's dandy now. Anyhow, I hear a wee bab waking from their nap with an ill temper, and this kind Mel Mouse has been waiting on me to finish his rounds. Be in touch, will ya? I'm beginning to think you're avoiding this old bush tale. After all, I still owe you that drink. Your Philly Furry Courier, Barley Bugleweed. I guess this is a scout group of squirrels, then? Huh. Squirrels and mates. I guess they could... I guess that makes sense, actually. I don't... Now, keep in mind, I don't actually really know much about Redwall. Perhaps that should change at some point. Because Redwall's kind of neat. But, yeah. See, he's a fan of jokes. He's a fan of good taste, like puns, which isn't good taste, but you know. Alright. Let's just keep checking the tits out. What else do we got here? Okay, we got something here. Southward shrimp stew, my favorite. Much better than northward shrimp. And also better alliteration. Southward shrimp stew. 2 Jill's butter, 6 cloves minced garlic, 2 score peeled shrimp, 2 teaspoons smoked paprika, 1 possible salt, 1 possible salt, 2 drams ground peppercorn, 2 drams saffron, 1 puddle spring water. I know a lot of these terms are actually like old English terms. Drams, for instance, those are a thing. I think Jill's are too. Yeah, on Redwall, I mean. Melt butter in the bottom of a sturdy pot. Saute garlic until aromatic and add shrimp all at one time, stirring constantly until pink and translucent. Add water and flavor, stirring slowly, and bring to a slow simmer. Serve warm with ginger buns. Ooh, ginger buns. That sounds interesting. Ginger in a bun. Use your weigh glass. 128 Southeast 07. 128 Southeast 07. Okay. Oh. Neat. Okay, I like that. A little bit of puzzle solving. One time at band camp achievement unlocked. Oh, that's a good little beat in there. Okay, I like the fact that I can break the camera now, because now I can break the camera to look at objects closer. Such as seeing how this picture frame is clipping to the pillow, but, you know, still, it's nice. Also, I'm... I need to find a new scent that I don't know. Or two, actually. But, let's see. So, that weight glass was having me look towards... Where was that again? Let's see. Twas right over there, yeah. Well, I have it marked, so I'll get it later. Alright, what about here? This has no sound. Okay. Letter to Tussa. Oh, that's long. Tussa, my girl, how do you fare? Feels like seasons since we last spoke, though I know it only to be a few short moons. Are you being fed well? Any injuries? Those men aren't running you ragged, are they? I'm so glad to hear that you finally have a kindred soul up in that dusty old campsite. The ground isn't too hard or too frigid, is it? I can send you another quilt. Lavender, maybe? With berry embroidery and a tan cross pattern. Oh, you'll look just like a little pile wrapped up in a fabric. Trust you will. That settles it. Another quilt it is. I'll send it with the next courier. Anyway, Sofia sounds absolutely darling. Hope to meet her soon. I know that I have met her, but she was such... I know that I have... Technically, I should say already met her, but she was just such a little thing. Littler than you even at that age. And those sweet little freckles like a sugar dusting over deep golden nunny molars. You should bring her over sometimes. I know it's a trek, but company shortens the journey, as they say. At least I'm sure someone has said it. Probably someone has. Your father is reading over my shoulder, demands I lighten up on the worry. I know you're full-grown and a scout, but he's still my heart, a full-fledged scout tussling with danger and wilderness. But the mother can't help but worry about her only dear, sweet daughter out there in the world. Goodness gracious, you don't even have anyone to look after you if you caught a case of the shivers or blackwater fever. Are there at least any sweet beaux at that camp? What about that other new lad? The new lad before that last lad? You know, the small one. He blew into a handsome little rosebud yet? I'm not trying to pry or push, but there's something great about having a companion in life. Your brother just met the most adorable lassie at the last harvest gathering. They're getting along like sweet toast and jam, and just as delightful. The way things I should think, I can expect Grand Dibbins at last. But I suppose that news should be left to him for him to tell you. But I'm sure I've talked your eyes off enough by now. I can hear just please sigh in my mind's ear just now. Just know that I love you more than anything this world over. P.S. Your father says hi. But I feel like to really say hi, he should be writing his own letter. So be sure to give him a hard time when you write. Your bum. Slightly overbearing but caring mother trope. Oh, there's like wood here for some reason. Oh, what a house. Oh. I found a new riddle! Mysterious riddle number 1. I found the riddle. What's the riddle? Where's the riddle? There's a riddle. Feldspar. Okay. We need to look for a monument. Oh no, I'm slipping. Oh no, I'm slipping more. Jump. Jump with your arms outstretched. There we go. Alright, here's that thing I was seeing earlier. Okay. I mean, think of like gingerbread. Oh yeah, it's actually a good point. Gingerbread would be... Which actually used to be bread flavored of ginger rather than the more country cookies we have today. Honestly, the cookies we have today are far different though because... that was a good float. The ginger we actually... Oh. The ginger we have... Ginger... If you actually have something with ginger, like real ginger, oh my goodness. Ginger is quite a taste. It's like... Oops. It's fine. Ginger is like good, but like spicy. It's like a sweet, spicy thing. Like if I've had a few ginger items, like with real ginger, and they're a little hard to palate. I'll be honest. Like they almost a little too much spice going on with them for me, but they also taste pretty interesting. Alright, what's up here? Oh, there's another jam thing. Ginger is very strong. I wouldn't say I hate it. I just... It's quite something, though. Alright, so what have I found and what haven't I found? I'm still missing some jams. I'm still missing 2 critters and I'm missing 2 scents. I was gonna say, is 1 scent here? I mean, I can't... I mean, that's not maybe... That might not be incorrect. But, I'm gonna tap the scent button now and then to see if I can't find a scent. Scouting ahead. I guess I scented enough that I got an achievement for it. At least that achievement didn't have a dumb name. Oh, hey, what about these things in the back? These peppers. Well, I technically already have peppers. Well, I guess I'll go this way. The problem with scenting is it actually stops your movement. So if I'm trying to look for a scent, I just have to stop, start, stop, start. It's a little bit annoying. Got something here. Then again, I guess, yeah. Hello.
Good evening, Liam.
Oh, Nabbin.
If
Oh,
you're
Nabbin.
making soup, I hope you had a little rosemary for me. I just love rosemary.
Rosemary. It's cool.
Fraby always says you have a nose to rival any mole. Any tips for my own sniffer?
Fraby is wrong about my nose. Moles have the best sense of smell by an easy league.
I guess he is prone to exaggeration. Still, you're a weathered scout.
Notice how scent moves with the wind over and around obstacles like stones and walls. Scent is never a straight line to its source. Wind and the world change its path. Things like flags and smoke are dead giveaways that the wind is active. If you really concentrate all of your senses, there's a lot you can learn. You can sense much more, sense farther, and with more clarity. It's almost as if you can see right through the walls. If you find yourself in a tight spot, always use your nose, and who knows what you'll learn.
Let's natter a bit.
Me? Not much to tell, really. You know, I'm only a few seasons older than you, but growing up we never mixed much, did we? I suppose that's my fault. I'm not quite comfortable with other people. Crowds make me anxious.
Yeah, Car, we were actually talking about how this game actually came out after Ghost of Tell and kind of was probably aping it to some degree. Ghost of Tell is the most Redwallian, not Redwall game, honestly.
He's been a great friend. Talks enough for the both of us, which suits me just fine. He quite likes company and crowds, always trying to get me to talk more. Speak up for myself, as he puts it. But I'm quite content to let him do it for me.
Tussa.
Did you know Tuther and Cloverdown are making a quilt together? Seems hard to imagine on both counts to me. Tuther sitting quiet with needle and frame, and Cloverdown using thread for anything except catching fish. Captain Robin has been like a second father to all of us scouts, or a first father to some. Every mouse here would lay down their life if Captain Robin said it was the right thing. Most everybody in town thinks I'm simple, won't spare me a second thought. The captain, though, he never flicked a whisker when I applied, and now I'm third in command. A scout is as a scout does, he tells me. That quite suits me.
That's cool. Yeah, he obviously is a bit simple in speech, but that who is simple in speech may be actually quite exquisite in their skills. You never know. They might just be putting more time to their actions than their gabbing. But yeah, Beers, could you check the development of Ghost of a Tale, though, by comparison?
You're a lucky one, Liam. Sofia always smells so nice and smiles so wide. The Rye-Maid ladies don't get a lot of respect around town, but that'll change now that she wears a bloom. Just you wait and see. Do you remember that hot summer many seasons ago, when you and Bronnock were still Dibbons and down in the reeds, headed toward a row? One you were destined to lose, as he was older, stronger, and most of all, a bully. Remember then how he yelped in pain and ran home wailing like a raven, leaving you whole and happy and chasing dragonflies? That was a slingstone that scuffed his skull, that was. I wonder how I know that.
Ah, you bully the bully. Back to something secret. Nice.
That's a great mouth, that one. And he seems to understand me better than most. Not much by looking at him, no. But he has the heart of a giant, he does. In a tight spot, I'd want Ruthworth at my side before just about anybody else here. Just something about him.
Oh, the path up that cliff face is a real challenge. It must keep everybody but the scouts away, right?
Right. That's by design, that is. Makes Hilltop Camp like our secret hideout.
Exactly. So, does Rootsworth maybe just live up here? Or something?
Huh? Oh, I see what you're getting at. I never thought of that.
Liam is really just trying to figure out Rootsworth. I'm actually curious. Do I get a response if I... Okay, that just skips the dialogue. Let's talk about Coil.
I don't think Mr. Coyle likes me very much. It's not as though he's unkind or rude or anything. It's just that he seems to look at me like he's always biting his tongue. Not saying something he wants to. Do you think I'm imagining?
I like Laban. Or, how do you say his name? Is that right?
Best I not distract you. Busy night and all.
See, that's what I thought. While, technically speaking, Ghost of Vitel was... Ghost of Vitel released before this game. Before the Scout Act 1. Scout Act 1 was in development before Ghost of Vitel released. But the thing is, Ghost of Vitel was in development before the Scout was in development. So, Ghost of Vitel is still the younger project. Or, older project, rather.
I see what you're looking at. And since it's a special night for you, I'll forgive the offence.
What am I looking at? The fact you have blue fur?
No, you don't. You don't get to play dumb. But it is all right. This once. I've been short my whole life, and I'm quite accustomed to the secret looks, the hidden snickers. Oh, I've endured them all. But I won't accept that kind of treatment from another scout. We respect one another around here. It's part of the scout code, so I expect you to abide. Now, take your pouty glare and make another approach.
Okay, we have a feisty, small Scottish mouse. I got it. So they bother you?
Tell me something, and be honest now. Do you think I talk too much? Because somebody who shall not be mentioned told Laban that I talked too much and asked how he could bear it. It got me thinking, that's all. I don't think I talk too much. But it's hard to really know when it's yourself. Do you ken?
Let's talk about stealth rather than talking about talking.
The first rule of stealth is easy enough. Don't be seen. But vermin don't react instantly.
Yeah, I was angry. I don't know why I was so pissed off. His portrait was quite bad.
The closer you are, the faster they react. But you'll always have a moment or two to recover stealth, in case you're caught by surprise.
Huh.
The second rule of stealth is like the first. Don't be heard. When you're sneaking, you're almost silent. When you're on a scurry,
wait, Liam's not talking. Wrong dialogue.
Of course, the ground you tread upon makes a mighty difference as well. Silence and slowness are kissing cousins. Like being glimpsed out of the corner of their little beady eyes, a single noise won't alert a rat immediately. You'll have a precious moment to recover, if you stay perfectly still and let the moment pass. If you make a mistake, freeze and watch your enemy closely in the hopes they go back to ignoring you. Did you know that when a rat hears a suspicious noise, it'll start moving towards its source? So, a wee thing like ourselves can use sound and decoys to our advantage. It'll get you thinking it will. Imagine the possibilities.
I can use sound as a distraction to my... Why can't I shoot my slingshot anywhere, then?
The third rule of stealth is the hardest to control. Don't get scented. But Laban has his own lesson on noses and nostrums, so I won't bother you with such things here. Just be sure to be aware of your own scent at all times in the wild. If there was a fourth rule of stealth, which there isn't, it would be to work your environment. Use what's available. Be clever and alert. Be like me. And while fighting a vermin toe-to-toe isn't always possible, using your wits to stay safe is always a good choice. Use cover to your benefit at every possible turn. You can see out, but they can't see in. Oh, it's fantastic for spying. But it's also often quite noisy. So stay cautious and slow.
Let's talk about supper.
Laban likes rosemary in just about anything. Even just a nibble on a stem when he's walking about. Come to think of it, there used to be a healthy bush of the stuff near the hot spring. But he can't stand cabbage.
Gotta go to the hot
Don't
spring,
even
okay.
think about that fermented stuff. The big mouse will practically run screaming at even a whiff of it.
And you?
The soup is fine. I always like something warm on a cold night like tonight. What I really love is a nice bloomy cheese.
It's a snatter.
The thing about Laban is that he speaks without words. You just need to understand his language. For that matter, most everybody will tell you more true from what they do than what they say.
That's true.
And with Laban, since he doesn't speak much anyway, it's easier to get the message. Do you ken?
Yeah.
So, as an example, if Laban does something for you, maybe he does one of your chores or cleans up a mess, that's how the great big dandelion says he's fond of you. If he doesn't do anything for you, well, you can be sure you're not his favourite. The same goes the other way. Don't tell Laban you're his friend. Show him. Speak his language, which is acts of service. And now you see exactly why I make the not insignificant effort to speak for the boyo as often as I can, which is practically always. It's how he knows I care.
My boyfriend's kind of like that. He prefers doing something to show he cares rather than just saying it.
My grandfather was from a land across the Western Sea, and the family legend says he once kissed a magic stone that loosed his tongue and gave him uncanny insight into the hearts of others. As the story continues, the wise old mouse breathed his last the very day I was born. Indeed, the very moment. My grandma says that some of the old bad left him and flew straight into me, like a bee betwixt blossoms. Fairy tales aside, it would explain more than a little of my short but charmed life, don't you think? Wise beyond my years, perceptive like an eagle, and humble like a daisy.
It's very humble.
If I didn't inherit the very gifts my famous grandfather was so known for by transference, then I don't know any better explanation.
So humble. Tussa.
As you know, I can read most beasts like a note from my own mother, but Tussa has me flummoxed. She's ready enough with a kind word and keeps her own in all the scout missions, but lift one finger on her behalf, and she'll just as soon as bite your tail of every creature in Lilygrove. She's a true mystery.
She's the perfect example. I don't want any fucking help. Perfect example, then.
Old Rootsworth. There's much more to that bandy old hare than you know. When he's not feeding the scout corps, and making a fine joy of it, I must say, he's delivering pasties and profiteroles to widows and orphans around the
Profiteroles? I wonder what that
village.
is.
Particularly the widows. If you see what I'm saying.
Oh, Merle, thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, man. Good, I got slightly reimbursed for all the groceries I spent today. Oh god, we're gonna bring this up again.
How did it get here? That's what I'm trying to understand. With that brutal climb and all.
I told you, the crafty creature is a lot more spry than you'd imagine. I once saw him scamper straight up a waterfall as tall as a spruce, and he barely lost his breath.
Like, really? Frozen or
No,
not?
I just made that up. But I made you picture it in your mind, didn't I?
Oh, you. Talk about me.
My favourite memory of you, Liam, was when a sour-faced old hare, skinny as a bag of bones and twice as dusty, came through town with his cart full of books and slates, working up all the mums that we Dubbins needed to be schooled in maths and taught all about geolography. It was fun for a day or two, but getting bored, we feared it would never end. Then, in a spit of genius, you filled the ink pots with honey, and before the rascal knew what had happened, he'd gummed up all his books with his own quill.
Oh, that's great, actually.
Oh,
that's a good
right.
prank.
Master Dayspringer, I think. Oh, he was a storm cloud in a kettle, wasn't he? I think if we hadn't done something soon, our mums would have apprenticed us to the Abbey. Oh, but the honey wasn't the half of it. You, dear sir, put soapwort in his tea.
Oh,
they did, yes,
our
Blink.
young hides paid that day.
Geolography,
and
I believe?
don't regret a moment.
Nor I.
Kind of sounds like the start of the word geological, actually. How you doing today, Merle? Thank you for the donation. Alright, let's talk about Sofia.
I don't suppose you have any words of wisdom for a passing bachelor, do you? You've always had a way with people. Sometimes I feel like Sofia is an open book, and I feel I understand every warp and woof of her heart.
Every woof of her heart.
But other times, she can be so
like that
enigmatic and opaque. I don't understand how she thinks.
The two of you are set to wed in a few days, and you're asking me now. Well, here's a bit of wisdom for you. If you can't always do what's right, then at least don't do what's wrong. With Sofia,
not a bad point, actually.
growing up the way she did, with so many just waiting for the Rye-Maid's ladies to fail, offering her help when she hasn't asked is a sure way to earn her ire. Learn to keep the briars from between you, and you'll be halfway to bliss.
Oh dear, that makes perfect sense. Why didn't I ever put that together before?
Well, this is fun. With that, I think we're actually done with the dialogue in this area. That took a while, but it was very enjoyable. Yeah, we've met all the critters here. Apparently there's only 12 critters in total in the game. There's a lot of jam, though. We need to find more jam, 2 more scents, and we need to solve the riddle and find the lore. Okay, let's move on. I, for one, enjoy these stories. In fact, there's a lot of good points to them, actually. There's a lot of actually good advice written into this stuff. Which I kind of find that cool. This is supposed to be the agility course I need to do. Before that, though, I also think I heard that the... take that. And that. Wow, how many frames did that... That is such a low frame rate. What the hell? I did it. Some of them disappeared afterwards. Oh. Ooh. Look at the pot's frame rate. Something is very off about it. Alright, I think I was given a hint about going back to the hot spring, so I'm gonna do that real fast. Supposedly the hot spring has rosemary in the bushes, which I don't think I solved that when I was there, but let me check. Also, prolifiteros are like chaud a la creme. They're made of the same kind of dough as eclairs. Not sure they're exactly the same thing as the name means in French. They're filled with ice cream. Maybe in English it means the cream-filled ones. That sounds really nice. That sounds very pleasant. I like that. I like the sound of that anyways. Also, you enjoyed dinner, Jones. I'm going to have a nice dinner later too because we have groceries here. Also, thanks, Matt. How you doing today, Matt? You showed up at a good time. Good, appropriately themed stream for you. Okay, so apparently in the hot spring area, there's a bush of rosemary. And I guess I should grab it? The weird thing is, though, I don't know if that's actually possible. Or not. Sometimes it's like the game is telling me, like, oh, there's a thing here, and then I go there and there's no thing. Which kind of perplexes me. It's almost like it was a quest that was supposed to exist but doesn't, or something. It's kind of the impression it gives me. All I know is there's supposed to be a rosemary bush in the hot springs, so. But I don't see one. I didn't know there was a Redwall game out. It's really skewed, man. The writing and stuff, the writing and voice acting is really great, but the gameplay, oh my goodness, it's not great. It's very skewed. I feel at this point that I'm only playing the gameplay so I can get to more story, because the story is actually really engaging. So it's like I must suffer the gameplay to enjoy the story. Oh no, I jumped in the water. It's fine. I'm fine. It's alright. So Charm, you said that you're a dragon, but you don't look like one. Can I see your dragon form one time? I have showed it numerous times. In fact, it's on my start screen every single time too. Here. If you haven't seen my dragon, I have to wonder where you've been. There I am, right there. Saying I don't look like a dragon, I'm gonna guess you said that because of the fact that I'm furred. Dragons can have fur, you know. Specifically, I'm covered in fur except for my underside. Underside of the neck, belly, underside of tail, that sort of area. That area is smooth skin, actually. Not scaled, but smooth skin. Now, we are not cold resistant, jeez. So it sounds like we're about to fucking die just for like the 1 millisecond dip I'm taking. My goodness me. Alright, found some more jam. Is that all the jam? Have I jammed with the jam? No, I need more jam. There's one more basket of jam and there's a bunch of other stuff too. Why is this basket so smelly? Scent and learn blackberry. Oh, cool. That was one of the scents I needed to find. Good thing I had the sense to actually scent the basket that time. Alright, so we're looking for another scent. So they will be obviously marked like that. That's good to know. Alright, time for a cold dip. Actually, no, I can skip it. What else we got here? I don't think I'm actually supposed to go here, but I will. Anything here? Very secret spot here. I've escaped! Wait, did I actually get past any invisible walls this time? I'm not filling any invisible walls. To the tundra! No, there's an invisible wall here. So they... Okay. That's bizarre. So they put this, like, one giant... That's actually kind of pretty. They put this one giant invisible wall around the environment, but didn't really give a shit if you technically went out of bounds as long as it wasn't past that wall. Which is really interesting. You can tell I've got out of bounds a little bit. I don't know what is going on with that hedge. Alright, this is interesting because I gotta explore for items, so I just need to know where out of bounds is so I don't explore where I shouldn't go, you know, basically. Also, I'm gonna save us time. There we go.
Really?
Just kidding.
Just kidding. Whoop. Huh, that's weird. I started in the garden this time. Huh. I'll take it, I guess. Right. So... maybe we'll get a better one sometime. Let's see where we can make your character. That would be cool. I don't know much about Redwall. Inktel? Oh, I assume you were on a Redwall forum and had a mouse character? Honestly, it's not a bad idea. Having your own Redwall character sounds kind of neat, actually. Redwall, I don't really know a ton about Redwall, but I very much appreciate Redwall as well at the same time. Like, it's just, you know, it's good. It's good stuff. It's classic. Cozy British furry thing. This is the fastest I can move, by the way. For anybody that did not catch the memo. This is actually the faster movement. There's this too. If I want to go this speed. Alright. Why is there a box back here? Oh, okay. There, okay, you got this. There we go. Some sort of obstacle course. Which I apparently need to climb up on, so I will. Right? I guess this is just quote-unquote the way down. Which would mean... There we go. Controls aren't great either, by the way, if you see me fail my jumps. The momentum is really weird. Oh, there's some sort of something over there. Go ahead. I'm gonna assume there's more than one thing I need up here. Oh, yeah.
I promised myself I wouldn't cry.
Is that a new scent I need? Apparently I have. Oh, yeah, that's right. I think I do already have onions for some reason. You start with a whole bunch. I think onions is one of the ones I had. Yeah, I have onions. Oh wow, this draw distance. There's potatoes. If I'm correct, there's actually something I need on this ledge, but you can't tell. Or maybe not. I could have sworn there was. Oh, camera, are you alright? Jeez Louise, what the hell was that? No, the potatoes are there. Oh, okay, I need to... Ow! Fuck! Okay, should have stood there, apparently.
Ah, potatoes. Boil them, mash them, stick them in a soup.
I feel like that's the start of a song. Boil them, mash, and fry them. Where do they know how to fry them? So Matt said, I read so much of it as a kid that in my early internet days I found a forum they allowed neutral vermin species. So I made a weasel named Inktel, a fisher living by the River Moss. He was someone known to the otters as a friend. Got well with the rare affable hair, and well, Shrews didn't argue more than usual with him. That's great. I like that. Okay, I think there was another path up here. Yeah, good I don't know. I think this is all the... I think Scout Act 1 and 2 is all that exists on Steam as far as Redwall games. Sourcing outside of Steam, I'm not really sure what exists. It would be nice to see some decent Redwall games, though. I mean, this one certainly works in the narrative sense. It did right to the series on the narrative. It's just, yeah. It's not fantastic on, you know. So let's see. Yeah, there's something over... How do I get over there? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Oh, let's see. Oh, okay. I was wondering if I'd die for doing that. I need to get on this ledge, which... Okay. How does one get up on these ones? There's at least something... There's something I need up there. Let's climb up high again so I can get a better vantage point. Tabletop system? I'm surprised there isn't one already, actually. Yeah, like a proper video game would be nice, though. I agree. That could be a good, like, social MMO sort of thing, actually. With all the different characters and such. Or even just a proper MMO, I suppose. Could work, too. Oh, I think I see. Okay, I don't know if this is how I'm supposed to do it. Probably isn't. No, I'm almost certain that this is not correct, actually. But I'm going to do it anyways. The objective is I want to get over there. Because there's something sparkling in that barrel, so I need it. Thing is, I don't know how to get there, but what I do know is that maybe I can fall on that branch and climb across. Which is probably not the intended method, but... Actually, it's probably something I could slingshot, isn't there? Oh, right. Well, that would make sense, wouldn't it? If there is one. I mean, let's see here. Let's see. Yeah, right there. It's not the angle they intended me to attack it at, but... I mean, if it works. There we go. I like how he walks slowly across these sort of planks, but I could just jump to speed it up. Alright, cool. Good jump, me. To be fair, the controls are terrible. Now, let me bunny hop over here. Except I'm not even a bunny, so why would that... Let me mouse hop over here. Alright. Yeah, the momentum's kind of a little bit difficult to control. There. Was that roll really necessary? Okay. Alright.
Mama corn, baby corn. Huh. But where's popcorn? Looks like that's all I need from the obstacle course. Where to now?
Yeah, I could tell he enjoys his dad's humor. Oh, here we go. Good. Sit and learn corn. I learned corn. What is corn's properties? What magical things can we learn about corn? Floral, vegetable, and woody. Nice. Alright, so... Okay, that takes care of the... That takes care of scents and critters. I'm missing a jam... I'm missing one jam stock. Yeah, I'm missing one jam stock and lore. Let's go to solve the riddle. We can actually solve the riddle now, so let's do that. Drop! I'm fine. I bet the riddle will either give us lore or jam. I'm not sure which. But then we'll know what we're missing. So, let's see. Wait. The marker left. It seems the marker left. I gotta fight it again, I guess. That's annoying. It's cause I guess when I died, it reset that. There we go. Alright, new marker. Just to make it easier for myself. I kind of hope this is lore, because I feel like a lore page is going to be harder to find than the jam, so I'd rather it be lore, but we'll see what it is.
Ha! Got it. That wasn't so hard. Now then, what's left? Mm-hmm. Yes, I've got everything. I better go check in with Rootsworth. I'm positively famished.
Or it could be neither, and just one of the items I need to get. Well! Oh, that was where the specialty cheese was hidden. I see. Why there? Okay, so unfortunately, this means that there is a jam stockpile and a piece of lore, which is probably going to be a page or something, so hidden somewhere around the world, and I don't honestly know where. So let's start looking, guys. The jams look like this, by the way. It's going to be a wicker basket. I got everything for the main quest, but I'm sorry, I'm not going to leave with just a mere 2 things missing. That would be silly. Alright, time to easily break into here again, just in case there's lore over here. I should double check. I feel like this is an area I'm not really supposed to be quote-unquote exploring, but I mean, worth checking, right? Now, the real issue is knowing where on the beaten path and off the beaten path is, you know? Why am I so dreadfully slow in that snow? Huh. Oh, yeah. Okay, I really feel like this area is not really an area I'm supposed to be hanging out in, so there's nothing going to be here. This mysterious door is mysterious, but that's about all I can say about it. And it's very easy for me to climb kind of out of bounds, but that I don't think that'll bring us any benefit. Also, there's a visible wall here, so. Waterfall looks tempting. No, nothing there. I really do wonder where... Oh. Have I been up here? Oh. How do they expect me? Oh, right, there's a wall here. Forgot about this. That didn't work correctly, but let me jump anyway. Sure, why not? There's a wicker basket that I emptied. There's another one, that little island I think I've already gotten. Unless the game reset my progress or something weird like that. Yeah, I got that one already. Oh.
Really?
No.
Really? No. Well, that answers that question. Denied. Alright, yeah, where should I look, though, is the real question. It's possible something could be along the shoreline that I missed. Of course it's mysterious. I'm actually gonna go back where I came from, because I actually want to... I want to do that zipline right. I want to check the very starting area again. Christ, I wish we moved faster, though. Trying to do this as quick as I can, but, well... Mouse be too fat. Mouse have too big a butt. That big butt cannot sprint very quick. Too much wobble. Bad control. So, I guess you're supposed to shimmer these walls, but you can also just jump really high while next to them, which also works. I guess I could use a spyglass to look around some. Shame I can't manually zoom it in. It only zooms in on when it wants to. But I suppose we could use it to try to look for something. Oh, what's that? Yeah, oh, you can use it to find the baskets, actually. Technically not useful because I've already gone that one, but, you know. Still, though, if that's the case, then I wonder if I should be marking them with this. Fair enough, really. Perhaps we could find the missing one by using this. Again, that's one I've already gotten. Oh. Save with that. But heck, yeah, I'll mark away, why not? It's very precise, though. You have to be really aiming just right to actually find them. Oh, you can only mark one at a time. That's not so useful, then. How you doing, Hyper? Huh, where'd our soon-to-be wife go? Oh, well.
Can't believe Captain Robin convinced Coyle I was ready for my trials. I sure hope his pride in me doesn't fizzle. Sofia always complains about frigid night watches. I wonder if she still uses those mittens I got for her. Oh, good. That's not far from the tents at all.
Didn't realize we could look at the outhouse, but apparently we can.
Sofia was rather strange about the lookout earlier. What are they hiding back there? Are those party streamers?
Alright, so...
So, a hot spring is nestled somewhere at the top of this frozen fall. And the scouts have been keeping it a secret this whole time. How cruel to the rest of us lily grovers.
Cool, Hyper.
Rowing is a must-have skill for a scout. Why we travel the rivers like shrews.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. Okay, so... After my careful observations, I can definitively say I have no idea where these last two items are. If I knew the in and out of bounds borders a bit better, then this might be easier, but... Not knowing this, like, I feel like immediately I'm out of bounds already, like, hopping up here. So, like, I feel like it's entirely possible I could miss a basket because it is out further than I thought because I thought the area it was in was out of bounds. Like, I feel like that's entirely possible. I think it's more likely, though, that what I miss is probably by some of the other tents or mice, and I probably just missed it because I was busy with the stories. I feel like that's likely. So let's look more carefully around, like, the tents. Maybe, yeah, looking outside the tents. I don't know if I really... I mean, I did circle this tent, but... I know I looked around the hot springs already. Plenty. I've scoured that quite hard. So... Pretty sure I got all the lore in here, unless there's some behind a couch or something. This is a very nice couch, by the way. I don't know how we drug this up here, if this is supposed to be a secret hideout. I expect more rudimentary things, but this is a very nice couch. Alright, yeah, there's nothing of note in there. Looking carefully and all, but yeah. I mean, like, this could count as inbounds, so, like, I could hop up here to look around. It's like I have to battle my intuition to hop out of bounds really easily. Yeah, this is technically inbounds because that tree stump. Like, it probably doesn't want me going past this, though. Like, my normal intuition is just to go exploring, but I have to, like, kind of rein myself in just the right amount to find these items. Do the inner monologues belong to the mouse? What inner monologues? Oh, yeah, I guess so. I mean, he's talking to himself. But yeah. Oh, there is one thing to consider. When I do find the basket of raspberries, if I use the scent thing, I should be able to easily notice the icons for it from there. Like that. Like those icons. Yeah, it should be the smell of that. Question is, where the hell is it? Too deep for a mouse? I don't know. Oh, wait, hold on. Ah! See, I knew the Citral would help me. There we go. That's all the jam. Okay, that covers everything except for one stupid little lore piece that I missed somewhere. Fortunately, since the lore is always pages, it would stand a notion that it wouldn't just be abandoned in the woods somewhere. It's probably somewhere slightly less wild, in a tent or near a mouse. So we just gotta look around. The more civilized sections. You know, I almost didn't go back to the hot springs because I was like, no, I've explored the hot springs plenty. It can't be here. But I went anyways, and I'm glad I did. That was actually a little bit meanly hidden. Just off the path, but it kind of looked like a spot I couldn't go to, so... You had to get just the right angle to realize there was a little tunnel there. A little bush tunnel. Alright, so we're missing one lore piece. I can continue the main quest once I find it. Alright, let's see. But first I'm gonna die of the cold. I wonder if there's a guide. I wonder if anybody's done, like, a guide for this game. To make it easier to figure out, like, you know. So, like, here's where the lore page is, and blah, 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 blah. Like that. We're just missing one thing, guys. Is that all cheese? That's all cheese. That's a lot of cheese. Will that last a while? I hope so. Buddies! Oh no. Camera does not like that either. Alright, well, let's see. Actually, this little walkway area. Yeah, the outhouse is here. I think I actually found a page on the back of the outhouse, oddly enough. Not sure what's up with that, but... Again, every single lore page I've found has been near some sort of structure, some sort of, hey, this is, you know, infrastructure here, so thus there is a page of lore. It's entirely possible this last page isn't near infrastructure, though. That might be the reason I'm not fighting it. Who knows? Oh, you do it. Alright, there we go. There's also a page up here. I don't know why I went Korean off the ledge. Alright. That would be cheating. If I used a guide? I feel like it would be an effective time save at this point. Somebody want to try and look this up for me? See if they can find out where the lore pages are hidden in this game. There also might be a Steam guide or something. Wow, the platform is so bad I can't even stand on top of one of these posts, which Should be doable, but isn't, so. Yeah, we don't have the best grip. Oh yeah, up there. Hold on a second. I was gonna be bothering me this whole time. There's two songs playing over top of each other in this area. It's like a bit of an acoustic guitar song, but there's also like somewhat tense strings. It's kind of odd. Alright, color me curious. What's past the gate? Ah, exciting. Well, it seems to be going. It seems to go into some sort of valley, I guess, or a cave, maybe. That might be our way in and out of this area, actually. Okay. Yeah, I'm at a bit of a loss here. Okay.
Quit stalling. I want to know what happens.
Anyway.
Quit stalling in midair. I want to know what happens. All right. Let's see here. Oh, did I ever? You know, I just realized that I never solved the riddle. Silly me. I completely forgot. Hey, we need to solve this riddle. Feldspar. Does anybody have any ideas? That might be where the last lore page is. I kind of forgot about the riddle entirely. It looks like there's some sort of... It looks like a stone monument, but I don't... Have you guys seen a stone monument like that? I haven't. Feldspar. Feldspar by P. Starthistle. This is apparently a riddle, but this is all I get. I'm not entirely sure what that means. I was like looking around to see if there's a monument that looks like that. Most mysterious thing around here is this door because I don't know what's up with it. It's just kind of there. Maybe that's interesting. There is something past the window. Huh. Curious. Well, I'll be happy to progress the game. Wait a minute. Just had a thought about that monument thing. I'll be happy to progress the game's main plot once I find this last thing, or maybe solve this riddle, or both. One may lead to the other, I feel. So I'll double check. There's no monuments here, right? No, just a little shed for the hot spring towels. Even though it's hot spring, for some reason, I'm cold. It's very cold. It will kill me, you see, by hanging it. But, well, I mean, I guess, that would be kind of silly if the riddle was telling me about the fairgrounds location, but there is more infrastructure up there. There is possibly a monument there. What else would that be? Feldspar is a type of rock, usually pale, and apparently it's not a monument. So maybe a monument made of feldspar? Or a monument made to someone named Feldspar. Mystery riddle number 1 leads you to the next level. The clue is... okay. Okay, apparently this riddle must be solved in the next level. That's... a dumb... Oh, apparently there's a guide. Hold on a minute. Apparently somebody did actually make a guide to this game. Alright, well, anyways. Okay, somebody... I found a guide for the jam locations. Oh my god, that's not what I'm missing, though. There are 2 very useful guides for jam and for the riddles, but there's no guide for the lore. I think the idea was that nobody was supposed to have trouble finding the... I'm going to assume that the lore is normally pretty easy, so people don't have a guide for that. Ah, for fuck's sake. Well, I guess I'll just keep looking. I thought I would try to speed this up by seeing if there was a guide of some sort, but there's a guide for the jam, there's a guide for the riddles, but there's no guide for the lore, so... God damn it. My completionist nature wants me to keep looking for it. I mean, if there's no guide on it, then it must be easy enough to get, right? I shouldn't be struggling, right? Right? Where's this lore piece? It's probably out here. This is probably where I spent the least amount of time. Actually, I wouldn't be surprised if it's just on one of the upper ledges and I missed it while I was walking around for other stuff. You know what? I love how you can't fire the slingshot unless you have a valid target. So dumbly limiting. Alright, hold on. Wait, wasn't I supposed to deliver somebody a letter? Hold on a minute. Well, the option to. But I didn't have the option to. Somebody suggested I deliver a letter to somebody else, but that never presented itself as an option. Most likely place for this lore is just on a ledge up here. Currently, that's the most likely place. Honestly, if you guys who are watching and doing almost nothing and not really talking, if you guys want to maybe look up a video or something, see if you can't find a lore page or whatever, find some lore pages in a video or something, point it out to me. You can do that, you know, if you want. Be like, oh, I think this was one you may have missed. And tell me where it is. I mean, or other ways we could just sit here for an hour while I look for it. Your call. Wait, hold on. Wait. Oh, it's just the ladder. Okay, I'm just kind of mildly commenting on how Chad is dead. You probably have some free time if you're not talking, so hey. Maybe look it up for me. What? Huh. One moment. I didn't realize the tents were just down there from there. Huh. That's a bit odd. Well, fair enough, I guess. I already looked all over these tents, too. It's really got to be up there. Lore page. Yes, I wish we could just summon it by saying it. Lore page, come! It's really, guys, just to look at this. Let me point out the level progress. 14 of 15 lore, 1 of 1 riddles, 0 members, 32 of 32 jams, 3 of 3 cents, 7 critters. It's the last bloody thing here in this level. It is the last bloody fucking thing. Do you understand my frustration right now? I actually like reading the lore pages. That's the other reason. I mean, it's lore. It's text. The lore is the good part of the game. I appreciate you guys looking, though. I'm just saying that that maybe this should be a group effort, because, to put it quite bluntly, if I continue to look for this all by myself, we're gonna be here for way too long. So I kind of need some help. At the very least, nobody blame me that I'm taking too long, because if you're not helping, then you're not making it faster. Right, I don't know what to look up. All I can say is this. We're in level 1, right? Scout Act 1, level 1. And, I don't know. Maybe a 100% playthrough or something like that. Maybe you could, like, poke around 100% playthrough saying, oh, here, let me show you what I have. I have... Here, I'll even make it easier for you guys. The one we're looking for, the one I'm missing, is not on this list. So this list I'm going to type out is what I have. And we're looking for the one thing that isn't on this list that apparently I don't have. And no, the riddle has nothing to do with it, because apparently the riddle refers to the next level. From what I gather, each riddle involves the next level after that riddle. So... I'm just annoyed because I feel like this should be easy. I feel like this shouldn't have been hard. There's no guides on the lore. Ergo, nobody thinks the lore is worth making a guide over. Ergo, the lore shouldn't be that hidden, right? Logically? Granted, it could be something besides a page. Because there was one point where I messed with mailboxes and got a bunch of the lore from that. So it might be an object I need to interact with rather than a page I need to pick up. I'm not sure. But I'm doing you guys a big favor right now. Give me a second. Well, doing you a favor so you can do me a favor, I guess you could say. Right. That is literally the name of every single piece of lore in this level, except for the one I'm missing. So if you guys are looking at a video and people are collecting lore, you want to find a piece of lore that isn't in that list I just shared. Maybe save that list if you wanna, if you're trying to cross-reference. That's the full list of what I have, minus the one thing I don't have. Document, yeah, honestly, I didn't Google super hard because I was also trying to... Every moment I spend Googling is another moment where I'm idling the game and being boring as a streamer, so I try to do quick Googles. There are 2 Steam guides on Steam. It's possible... Actually, you know what? Here's a suggestion. Go to the Steam discussions for this game. There might be somebody asking about the lore there. I didn't think of checking there. There are 2 actual Steam guides written for the jams and for the riddles. But I'm actually doing okay on those. Apparently there's going to be jam in all the levels, by the way. Not just this one. Well, it says so on the screen, I guess. But yeah, what I'm doing right now is I'm just looking for if there's any lore pages along this path, basically. On the platforms, maybe I missed one. The camera is really wonk up here, so it wouldn't be too surprising. The camera just like glitched out and didn't show me one. But it's not looking like that's the case. I'm not finding anything up here. I will keep dutifully walking around the same environment like I'm going insane. But I'm gonna keep looking. I'm going to die in fire. I like how hot springs give me frostbite, but fire is fine. Alright, let's see. Okay, so I'm gonna break this. Oh, it's actually harder to break than the first crate I found. Alright, well. There's really not that many places to look. At least that's how it feels. Again, no, there's not anything under there either. I really was. I'm starting to wish we had a little bit more run speed. I don't think it's so easy to find, not going to write about, but more not for everybody care. Yet there's still people that wrote guides for the other items, which is weird. Actually, now that I think about it, though, when you bring that up, there are no guides. There are only guides for jam and riddles. There's no guides for sets, critters, or lore. So you might actually have a point there. I mean, the critters are kind of easy to find, but the sets did take a little bit of effort. I had to look around a bit for that. I figured it out, but. But I was self-consciously thinking, I wonder if the lore is just really easy to find and I suck, basically. Oh wow, look at the low-res outhouse, man. Look at that out there. That's great. I love that. It's also semi-transparent for some reason. I had to get very close before it actually rezzed. Man, can you imagine if you're trying to have some privacy in an outhouse and then somebody's not terribly close to you and it like goes low detailed and they can just see you doing your business? That would kind of suck. I care in the weirdest possible ways. I'm playing a game that is... This is a bad game, but a good story. And I mainly want to find this last collectible in the bad game because it might add to the story. It is a lore piece, after all, aka its story. I'm trying to look for the story... I'm trying to look for another story element in a game with good story and bad gameplay. So thus the gameplay, being bad, is making it difficult to find the story... aka lore, which is good. Shame that. At this point, I'm believing that the lore is not a page. It's going to be like the mailbox. It's going to be some interactable... I'm sorry? Did I just use the spyglass from... in the tent? Huh. I teleport. Poorly programmed way. Apparently the game designers made like 2 bad mobile games and like some other obscure game before this one. And that's okay, Matt. There's not really a lot to talk about right now. And yes, I'm aware, Charum, you could just complete the main quest. You don't need to get this page. Yeah. But the reason you like me is the reason you hate me, guys. The fact that I set my mind to something and do it is exactly why I'm both a good streamer and a bad streamer, and you must take both elements together. You cannot make a sacrifice in one without sacrificing the other. Well, it's also just the fact that I have one bloody collectible this level. Where the hell is it? It's the last one. If it wasn't the last one, I would be less infuriated. Hey, wait, what if I went to the top of the waterfall by no clipping? Probably absolutely no value to doing so, but hey. Oh wow, this is easier to climb than I ever thought it would be. Except for there's probably a visible wall here. Yeah, it feels like it. Oh, okay.
Just kidding.
Quit stalling! I want to know what happens.
Alright, shut up, Brat. You're fine. Being as bratty as a ratty. I don't know. Fucking... But yeah, like, this here was a lore thing. The mailbox, which actually kind of really a little like cunts. Why does the top icon have no head? Oh, that seems unfortunate. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it's just like it should be interactable. Whatever it is should be interactable. I walk up to it, the paw icon appears, you know? So like, where the fuck is it? What is it? What the fuck is it? Actually, let me look at the, right. Obstacle course, hot springs, main map, main camp, caves. Caves. Oh, that's what that is. Caves. So that's what that mysterious door is. Cool. Wait a minute. You know what? Sod this. I'm gonna do one. You know, I just realized something. I just realized something very significant. Something that just made me a little bit mad at myself. No way. Maybe, actually, maybe. Shit. Okay. So, let me ask you guys a hypothetical but also realistic question. If you were given an area to explore and a main quest to complete, and you were able to get every single random optional collectible in that area except for one, would you think to yourself, "Oh, I must have missed it somewhere"? Would you think to yourself, "Oh, I guess I gotta progress the quest, it'll take me to another area where that lore piece will be"? Which of those would you more likely think? Because I just realized something really dumb that I might have actually tricked myself in a way. Do you have to progress to get it? I don't... Oh, I was never blocked out of here to begin with. This just opens. I thought I was locked out of here, but apparently you can just open this. Wait. No, this was locked earlier, and now it's not. Huh. Well, anyways, I was about to say, you know how I clipped into this area early? I wonder if the lore page spawns here later. You know? Like, there is this suspicious ledger right here that I can't grab. Granted, it seems very big. I don't know if I could ever grab that. Yeah, fuck it. Let's just progress. Apparently there is, like, a level select, so I could just go back and look again. So. Let's progress and see if I was an idiot. The problem with my thoroughness is sometimes it roadblocks me before I'm able to get something. That has happened before. That's the same thing to do. Yes, my stubbornness knows... My stubbornness does not know sanity, though. Anyways, let's progress. Because it certainly feels like I have certainly looked very hard. I mean, I found that mysterious that really obscure jam, so I think, yeah. And lore is a weird collectible in video games. Sometimes lore is presented piecemeal because it's lore, you know? So, like, you can't just find it all at once. You have to actually go forward and then you'll find some more lore, you know? That is entirely a thing that lore does sometimes. Anyways, hi.
Ah, here's our initiate now. Glad you finally made it.
Finally indeed.
Finally indeed.
Yeah, finally indeed, exactly.
But we haven't even started the soup.
It took a bit to track down each ingredient, but here they are.
My. Then you've already finished your gathering. In
Might
here
could be.
I thought you were dawdling about.
A few radishes had been mistakenly pulled from the garden, but with the help of Rootsworth and a dollop of rosemary, our young scout delivered a fine soup for the feast.
Is that your soup? You can still mix it up a bit more right now, but once the lid goes on top, you'll be done, and live or die with the consequences.
Oh shit.
Yes, I think that's it. What do you think?
I think any meal is better than an empty stomach, and that no mouse is a master overnight. You gave it your best.
I think I picked the wrong veggies.
Ah, would you smell that? Simply scrumptious. Well, you must be finished with your errands for this evening. Feel free to explore and socialize to your heart's content. When you're quite ready, ring the dinner bell, and we'll begin the festivities.
Okay!
As Liam walked away from the cauldron, he found himself thinking of the way his large and poor family shared a meal. There were many days that his mother had need to stretch her meager supplies with wild rice or woodland roots, but somehow she always managed.
Okay, and now I'm bothered because you notice what they said, right? They said the line. They said the line the video games say when they're giving you an obvious, here's how you end the level statement. They said, oh, feel free to explore your heart's content, and when you're done, make sure to ring the dinner bell. Fuck. Which basically means, oh, feel free to explore, and when you're done exploring and want the game to progress to the next level, hit the dinner bell. Like, basically is what it's saying. God fucking damn it. So do I progress it? Alright, progress it is. Ready? I'm not, but since I can't find the last fucking thing.
With all the fanfare Rootsworth could muster, a wondrous feast of quince pie, port-basted mushrooms, and a chutney of wild carrots and beets were served alongside the soup. Piles of barley toast and a stout red cheese. Warmed hayberry cordial and chilled mint tea with all their tongues, and lifted their spirits. Last but not least was a lofty...
See, in my world.
soaked in pure brandy.
I must fight all the
Set
things.
aflame for quite dramatic effect. This was Mr. Coyle's fiery ring of devastation. A fitting, if dramatic.
Also, we do have 2 layers of music looped over on top of each other, by the way. I was kind of suspicious of that.
Shall we say, questionable stool.
I messed up the
For all
stool.
the mirth, Liam was troubled at Sophia's absence.
My friends and fellow scouts, tonight we celebrate a new member of our brotherhood.
Sisterhood!
Yes, well, our family all the same. We've all admired your hard work, loyalty, and steadfast spirit. Well done. You entered this camp a nameless initiate. But now, after demonstrating your skill, we give you a new name, known only to yourself and your fellow scouts.
3 cheers for Liam Riverhouse. 3 cheers.
I guess I'll fix it after the cutscene, the music thing.
Huzzah! Huzzah! Huzzah!
Stand now, scouts, and be sober in heart and in mind. Be without fear, malice, or cruelty. Be true to your word, your heart, and your fellow scouts. Be without guile, and speak the truth at all times, kindly if possible, directly in need. Love Lilywood, the land, and safeguard any who sojourn in her borders. This is your oath, and we, your witnesses, share it with you.
Completing the oath, Captain Robin watched warmly as Liam's fellow scouts shook his paw in congratulations. But he was clearly thinking of other things. Where was his dear Sophia? Gently, Robin led Liam to the platform's edge, presented him with this very weight glass, and bade him look toward the sexton's field. Through the magnifying lens, he saw his beloved, finishing the preparations for an even larger party that only awaited for his imminent arrival. But alas, the party was never to happen. Not that night, not ever. Seen through the glass, a menacing shape stepped out of the shadows. It was a ragged and filthy rat, dressed in strange garb, and wielding a wicked cutlass. Every beast ran as another rat stepped into the firelight, and then another. Suddenly, Sophia was lunging forward with a fiery brand, catching the villain full on the snout and knocking it to the ground. Liam was frozen in shock when Robin grabbed him by the shoulders and spoke most urgently.
I wish we had more time, but what you do this very moment is what makes you a scout. You have everything you need for this mission. Skills, tools, training, but most of all, you have courage.
Well, we didn't get combat trained, but whatever.
Go to the lighthouse and fire the beacon. Be swift but silent, as you must not alert the raiders to our plan. Lend aid where you can, but you must not be captured. I will ready the militia and join you shortly. Every moment counts. Go now, swiftly!
I apologize if the music issue is causing issues for the theme, for the mood, atmosphere.
William, there you are quite wrong. Redwall has been captured before. Even the great fortress of Salamanderstron has been captured by vermin. We should never underestimate the villains who seek our enslavement. It surely leads to defeat. But more importantly, Lily Grove is no fortress. It's a small village with no wall and few warriors. And these were not scattered brigands, but vicious sea rats pirating under the banner of Clooney, the Scourge.
Oh, that voice line cut off. Okay, that'll fix the music issue if we load somewhere else. Fair enough, then.
Heart-pounding, the newest scout raced toward the besieged town on a mission to light the beacon atop the decrepit old lighthouse that hadn't burned in ages. Every moment mattered, but remaining undiscovered mattered even more.
Yeah, the game quality is also leading to situations where the performance of what I do like, the lore and such, is unfortunately mired. Anyways, yeah, new levels, I thought. Who? Clooney? 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 What? Play as either, huh? Interesting. Save start a little bit. So, hold on. Just want to see something. Also, I'm switching mice to make it more interesting. Because you can do that. Barely. On the fly. I didn't know that you could. Yeah, we've seen this. Thank you. Oh, wow. It really is starting over. All the way to the beginning.
That would be me.
Oh, goddamn. I selected Liam anyways. But wait, I selected Sofia, but then I selected Liam. Who am I then? Okay. Oh, I see. You take a shortcut. Anyways, let's see here. So it does save the progress. That's what I was checking. Meaning that... Wait a minute.
Hold on.
Is it possible? Is it goddamn possible? I have a thought. No, it's probably not. That would be dumb, right? I was like thinking, is it possible that the lore was in the train course and I missed it there? Anyways, let me restart that one. So there's only 5 levels, at least for Act 1 here. This is gonna eat at me, guys. Hold on. Also, hi, Nick. Welcome to pain. That sounds like self-imposed pain, I suppose,
yes.
but...
Liam is the one that...
Initiation.
I feel the same.
Yes.
Alright, Sofia.
It's my turn, sir, and I'm ready.
Oh, are you now? Liam, you kept our initiation.
No, sir. Not a word.
It makes me a proud mouse to see youngsters like yourself. In order to become a full member of the Lily...
I can't wait for you to be a fully...
Oh,
Scout,
so depending on... I see.
And guess what? I've convinced Coyle to let me oversee. Now, we'll start by heading to...
So this is actually kind of
before
interesting.
We go, take this.
Depending on which mouse you choose, the other mouse is already a scout and you're not. Interesting. Very interesting. I never saw that you were over here.
What are you lollygagging?
Oh wait, no, I did see over. So it actually changes the story based on who you pick. Also, fuck you, I'm going over here. Or not, apparently.
Oh my.
Are you sure that's what happened?
Anyways, yeah, there's one lore piece. What's up there? Missing. Hold on. Also, I want to break the game now because I'm mad at it. Good. Oh, I can't go over there. Alright. Surprisingly solid, surprisingly decent invisible walls in this area.
I am. But
I'm gonna skip the dialogue, but it is interesting that it all changed. There's a lot of dialogue, honestly. Like, there's a lot of nuanced dialogue, too. I find that interesting, but also it's kind of... It's a shame it's all put to a game that isn't very good, like, gameplay-wise. If only it was a better, more polished package. I'm sure I wouldn't be stuck looking for a lore page if that was the case. Like, what do I expect out of developers like this? To present information and such. It's a little annoying to have to do the train course again. But then again, I feel like I missed the lore page here. That seems dumb. That seems like a thing that shouldn't be. You should never have a collectible in an area that you can't go back to, but... At the same time, I totally think that's what happened. I think I missed the page around here. I mean, it's an area I haven't looked thoroughly in, so frick it. Game? No, here's what I think. The lore, the story, the art, even, done by one team. gameplay done by an entirely different team. I almost want to say like the Redwall, the people who owned the Redwall license are perhaps the people who are responsible for getting the voice acting, the story writing, etc.
Not it. You? Not quite. That's the one.
Hey!
No.
2 trials down, only a few more to go.
Basically, I wondered if, like,
I wonder what Hilltop
whoever
Camp looks
runs the
like.
Redwall license these days.
My new home.
Shut up. Whoever runs the Redwall license these days, I wonder if they, I wonder if they were the ones to write the story, get the voice acting, get all this writing done, and they just kind of handed it over to the game dev team, and that's why the actual gameplay is so much lower quality than everything else. That honestly would make a lot of sense to me. Or to put it very simply, the game team had nothing to do with the parts that are good about this game. No, up. There we go. I really don't know why they made it so you can play 2 mice. I mean, with the game being so jank anyways, I don't really see the reason for 2 versions of this. I guess just so you can play as...
For your next task.
Yeah, shush. I guess they just thought it would be a neat thing to be able to play as either, but... I mean, it's changing dialogue. It would probably change a lot of dialogue, now I think about it, though. Some mice interactions will be quite different. With that considered.
Aha!
X on.
Ha!
Don't forget to use.
Also, no, there's no lore in here. I did bother to check that.
Not.
Like, well, I didn't bother looking for lore at the time, but there was no lore in these doorways.
By Martin.
They kind of have the same lines, though, I'm noticing.
Pull yourself.
Like, there's a few different lines between them, but they're more or less saying the same script. I've noticed.
I thought for sure.
Alright, anyways. No, an Adobe Cloud Create advertisement. What? What's that? Exactly? I'm gonna hit myself with a plank. One moment. Never mind. But in all honesty, though, this is really lame. By the way, I want to point out I missed an item, and can I just go right back to level? No, I gotta restart the entire level, which includes restarting the train course and stuff, just to, you know. Just to replay, just to do this again, just to try again to look for an item. So, the game does greatly penalize you for not finding it the first time, is what I mean.
Oh, you've done it again.
Well,
Which is a bit of a shame. So in other words, my stubbornness of trying to fight it in one run, yeah, that's preferable if you don't like wasting your time. Find all the collectibles in a level at once is better, because otherwise you have to sit through cutscenes and shit. Which, yeah. Not great. Not great. If you're gonna have collectibles in a game, allow the player to return to that area easily enough, you know? Even if it's a forward advancing story, you could easily have, like, story mode and then explorable mode, where they, like, just drop you into the actual level proper, and you can just look around. Like, you know, a fast track option. But you had no idea what the last item was, so shrugs. Well, clearly I missed it. The thing is, until I advanced to level 2, I wasn't sure that I missed it. Because it was like, oh, it could have been like, it could have been another area or something, you know? You never know. But apparently it wasn't, though. That's the point. I'm gonna try to glitch this. Nope.
What's the...
Congrats.
And
Ex-con and ever
Thank you.
Having
Soup?
the scout.
Regardless of my stubbornness or stupidity, my point still stands.
Wow.
Why don't
My point really much still stands, though. I gotta do the actual look around. They're forced me.
Isn't that what?
Forcing you to actually redo everything you
Down
just
there.
did just to try to go back and get a
That's the
collectible is not good game design. That's all. Oh, the music got dramatic again for no reason.
Is that the?
This time it's different dramatic music. Neat. Is there anything else you... Okay, there.
Those are the.
Are you satisfied? Can I go now? What now? What do you want me to look at now? That? Alright, I'm good. Thank you. I've looked at all the things you want me to look at. I can't move. Oh, this? Okay.
Those tents are.
There! Thank
No.
goodness.
That's quite part of
Okay. Right then. Now that I have a moment. Yeah, stuff is still looted too, so it's not like... Okay. Alright. So, I hate feeling like an idiot. That's part of the reason I'm stubborn in games. Like, if I can't figure something out, I will want to figure it out to the ends of the earth to solve that mystery in my mind. And so help me if I can. I'm not trying to go for a swim. There we go. I figured I'd check around this island a bit more. Do you ever just have something that really gets on your nerves because you can't quite remember something or you can't quite think about something? Like, you ever have just something stuck on your mind, like, what is that? Like, what do I need to... Like, just something you forgot and you know you forgot something, but you can't remember what it is? Or you have a feeling like you just want to remember that... Like, just trying to remember that song. Just trying to remember what you left at the house before you started driving somewhere and you left something, but what did you leave? Or... You know, that sort of thing. That's how this is for me in video games when I can't find an item that should be easily found. If there's some excuse, like, say I was playing Banjo-Kazooie and I couldn't get a Jiggy. Like the swamp one. Like that one with swamp one that requires swamp boots. That's fine, because I'd be like, oh, okay, well, there's obviously something I need to get first, so, like, that's fine. I wouldn't freak out then. But if it's like, okay, it's very clear that I can just get this, but I'm unable to find it, that...
Are you sure that's what happened?
That's just... This kills me, man. This exact situation kills me. Because here's the other thing. If I don't get that last collectible, then what was the point of getting the other collectibles? What was the point of me spending my time picking up other items if I don't get this one? Generally speaking, a game does not reward you for 99% completion. It rewards you for 100% completion. You know what I'm saying? So if to make all my other effort worthwhile, I need to find this fucking lore piece. Otherwise, everything I did off the beaten path was a waste of my time. Did we pause that before trying to sequence battle break could have potentially broken the last time? Okay, there's one thing I could consider. Okay, let's do the... Oh god, do I have to do that though? Right, so... It is possible. In that case, I suppose what would be best... I suppose what would be best is to do everything but ring the dinner bell. Wait, no, it just lets me... This isn't sequence breaking. It lets you in right off the bat. This is okay. I'm allowed in. I can go here. This is not disallowed. Which means that if there is a lore page here, it's just... Well, I don't know where it is. But if there is supposed to be a lore page here, it's not some sort of sequence break that causes it not to appear. I'm going to turn to Shrek. Give me one moment. There we go. Much better. See you later, Matt. You know what? Hold on. Okay. Give me a minute. I'm going to do a thing. Huh. An earlier version of the game looked different. That's interesting. Wait, what? That's odd. What the hell? Okay, an earlier version of this game, somebody was playing this game back in December 2020. The entire objective list is different. The cap has a different layout. There's markers on, there's more marks on the map tell you information. And the train area is completely different. The hell? Why is so much different in an older version of this game? That's just bizarre. It's just like, it looks completely different. That's very curious. Okay, something's, yeah, there's even the main camp area has a completely different layout from the looks of it. For instance, the cooking area looks different. And you're supposed to follow Robin around to different places. What the hell? Why is it so different? I am very confused. It's like I completely revamped it at some point this year. But as to why, I'm not sure. No, same game. Huh. Well, I found somebody that played and barely got anything from the looks of it. Or, actually, that's not true. Let me try something. Oh yeah, huge. Like the entire environment's different, is what I mean. Yeah, I'm losing all hope here. There's only one more thing I can think of searching. Somebody here in the forum says, why was the end of the game removed? Apparently it was a bug. Wait, it was removed because we thought it interrupted the flow of the level. Amid the high police experience and slowing down to use balance beams, the layers fell at odds with the climax we were hoping to portray. So after ending on a high note, by spraying into the ending cutscene. What the hell? I'm looking at community guides, and there's people asking questions about missing a scent or missing some sort of jam or here and there, and discussing making guides. I can't find a single person that had any trouble finding lore. How is this possible? Am I just stupid? I feel like I might just be stupid. I feel like there is a strong possibility that I am stupid. Not a single person had any trouble collecting the lore. Or nobody stated they did. There are actually a fair number of guides and discussions on this game. On the Steam page. People are talking about this game. And it seems the developers are actually fairly communicative. Fair play on them. I don't think they did a very good job on this game, gameplay-wise, but they do seem to be like, oh, sorry, we made a mistake there, we're going to fix that, which I guess is why the game got so revamped. I mean, again, you can't argue that they just dumped it out and didn't respond to any sort of feedback. They definitely did. So, kudos to them on that. That being said, this does raise the question, what have I done wrong? What am I doing wrong? Why can't I find something that nobody apparently has any trouble finding?
And some alternate ending.
And it is
just kidding.
It is possible. It is possible some people had trouble finding what I'm trying to find. But it's really interesting to look at the Steam community and see that there are tons of people talking about other problems they had, but nobody would be talking about this. So, which that indicates to me very strongly that I just am messing up somehow. I am making some very large... I'm just missing something. I'm just straight up missing... Wait, maybe, check the dock area. I haven't really done that too much. I guess it's also possible that I may have triggered a glitch and caused the page to... You notice how the pages disappear when I get them? As one would expect. Or if it's possible I somehow despawned a page before collecting it. I have to admit, this is one of those times where I actually dislike that I tend to play obscure games. I like playing obscure games for you. I like playing games that you guys haven't heard of, games that aren't that popular. Because that lets me show off something that's new and that you probably haven't seen before. Yeah, if any room had a lore piece for me, it'd be this one. But the problem with playing obscure games is if I have trouble in something, there's usually no help. There is usually no way to figure out what I've done wrong. The advantage of playing a popular game is that if you had a bug, chances are somebody else did already and talked about it, and talked about how to fix it. Tisk, this is going to bother me forever. To be honest with you, and I will be completely blunt and honest, part of the reason I care so much is also one simple fact. This game isn't really that great. So... what's a bead again? That's a radish, right? I think I fucked up the stew last time because I don't know if it makes any difference. Probably Sidalic difference. What am I looking for? Is that... I may as well get the ingredients back together. It's pretty quick if you know what you're doing. 3 beets from the garden. Is this a beet? I'm bad at vegetables, apparently. That's a radish. Yeah, that's a radish. That's a radish. And what's a beet look like? Wait. Is that a... Wait. I'm sorry. I just realized. Oh, those are very similar graphics. Look at that. The one to my left and the one to my right. Which one's a beet and which one's a radish? The icon coming from my right has a white top. The icon coming from my left has a white bottom. Does a beet have a white top or a white bottom? I can't say. I frankly can't say I know. I know that one of them is certainly a radish. Smells might be the easy difference. They are... No, not really. Anyways, to explain my point, this game isn't really that well made. So the 100% objective was keeping me going. Like, I wanted to see the lore. That was part of it. Or rather, hear the lore. But also, since the game is so jank, giving me a 100% objective felt like something to focus on while dealing with the gameplay. Unfortunately, that created a problem when I ran into the situation where I couldn't find a lore page. I'm gonna look this up. Hold on. Oh wait, hold on. I just realized. Wait. Can I just look at scents? Let's see. Actually, wait. You're right. That's what the scent hint is for, I guess. Though I could probably just compare the pictures as well. The beet has a white bottom, the sprig on top. The radish has the... Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's this one. Yes.
Juicy red beet, fresh.
That's a beet. It's also beet.
Juicy red beet.
It's also beet.
Juicy red beet. That's all I needed.
A juicy red beet. So anyways, I fucked up on the beets last time, but this time I didn't. But yeah, so the 100% objective was letting me push through the bad gameplay. But now the 100% objective is causing me issues. Do you see the issue? I was motivating myself with one particular aspect so I could enjoy the lore of the game. The lore see, the gameplay aspect, the lore itself is great. The lore itself is great. I don't need to be motivated on that. The lore is wonderful. Delivered Mel? Found Mel. What do you mean delivered Mel? Found new Mel. Still 14 to 15 lore. I don't know what it's talking about. Delivered Mel? Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Out of curiosity, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Does the riddle not count as lore? It's in the documents section. Just a little tiny observation. 14 out of 15 lore, 15 documents. Oh man, I didn't check to see what happened when I picked up the... No, the riddle counts as a riddle. There's a literal riddle section, so that's separate. So it's still correct. The tally is correct. If annoying, but it is correct. Alright, let's see.
Got it.
I knew that was. I like that. I was doing. I did deliver. I was told to deliver. Wait. So there was a moment where I was told to deliver a letter, and I did that. Also, I got Ichabod's invite, which is bizarre because I already had that. Hold on. I need to fly through the dialogue again.
Yeah.
Go.
Yeah.
Who was it? It was when I was talking to Coil. I was nattering to Coil about... Oh, shit. Who? Levin?
What a but the a few of the women even invited her up.
You spin.
Thank you.
Try to remember.
Don't tell. A master...
Just a bit.
Indeed, they...
Were you old enough to remember the fight?
It's a mercy that nobody ever...
No, maybe it was one of them.
Wonderful
Tussle, maybe?
creature, Tussle. Fearsome thing.
I seem to recall something.
I imagine Miss Paws...
No, I think it may have been actually about...
Oh, what can I... It's charming.
Mr. Coy?
Not at all.
The dialogue is more or less the same between characters. At least I get to check that out here.
The first time...
Oh, Mr.
Yeah, the captain.
He wasn't.
How was that?
Okay, so none of them.
Oh, click.
Actually, wait. Tell me about Ichabod.
Of course, he tried to weather...
That's your motive.
Well, since you mention it, I do believe there's a letter for him in the post box. Why don't you bring it to him?
Right. Why don't I bring a letter to Ichabod? Who the fuck's Ichabod?
Oh, click.
Or rather, where the fuck's Ichabod? Collect the... Yeah, I got that. Complete collect the bell. So... That optional objective has... I think that has to do with a different letter. Oh, we have actual people on the list now. Earlier, that wasn't the case. So Ichabod's probably at a different level. Hi there, 4566. That's an interesting name. Is he at the watchtower? I mean, no. But I was just checking the letter thing because I do believe that is requiring me to go to a different level. But yeah. Also, I've already checked the watchtower. So yeah, right unfortunate thing that. Can't find the last lore piece. Gonna bother me forever. But honestly, I might be done with this game now. Sad truth. It's kind of a weird condition. I'll explain. Basically, I might as well get the rest of the ingredients though. It's like this. This game is really rough. Even just moving your mouse around feels bad. Look at this turn. The gameplay is really rough, so I was kind of motivated by the lore, which honestly I was enjoying the stories. We listened to some good stories earlier, and I enjoyed that. But that's not enough by itself for me to want to play through this honestly pretty messy game. It's weird. I guess it got even redesigned, revamped in a lot of ways. This is the improved version of the game. Think about that for a second. Apparently, this used to be more jank. That's pretty insane to think about. But yeah, like here's the thing. I'm a collectathon sort of guy. So if I see a game that's like, oh, 100% objective, go find all the things. I'm like, okay, that's fun. I enjoy doing that. I'll do that. And especially that's something I latched onto here because the gameplay is so bad, so rough. So I was like, oh, but at least there's a 100% objective. That's fun. I'll go on a scavenger hunt. I enjoy that. That'll keep me going. That'll keep me wanting to play all the levels and maybe play Act 2 because this is just Act 1. There's also an Act 2, a separate game, actually. And there's going to be an Act 3 as well. And it's like, yeah, that's cool. I'll just focus on the 100% objective. And... well, fuck me for doing so, I suppose, because now that has created a new problem, as you could tell. So, if you're wondering, Charm, why are you being so freaking stubborn? Listen, normally I would let it go after a while. Like, I'm stubborn with this sort of thing, I will admit that. But if a game's fun anyways, and I'm trying to go for a 100% objective, and then I learn I can't for some reason, that will greatly disappoint me, but I will still continue on with the game after that if it's a good game, because it's like, oh... darn, I can't do the collectathon thing I wanted to do. Oh well, I guess I'll just enjoy the game for what it is. Beyond that, you know. But, this isn't the sort of game I can do that with. This is most certainly not the sort of game I can do that with. Because it is so rough. So if I don't have my 100% objective, I don't really have most of my motivation, sadly.
Is that some sort of alternate ending?
I just made that up.
So if this lore piece doesn't show itself in the next 10 minutes... we're done. Put it simply, the game is so poorly designed in a lot of aspects, while also being wonderfully designed in the story. Unfortunately, it seems that the scavenger hunt aspect to find all the things might be part of the bad design. But also, I just feel like a fucking idiot, because, again, it does seem like a lot of people have played this game, jank as it is, because it's a Redwall game, and there are a lot of fans of Redwall. Understandable. And yet not a single person has made a single peep about having problems finding the lore page. Which probably means it's in a really obvious spot, and it's one of those situations where my audience is as stupid as I am. No offense, audience, I'm just saying. That it seems like my audience, you guys, your attention span matches mine sometimes. And thus, if I'm being a complete dullard about something, you guys will be too. I'm sorry, it's infectious. I apologize. I basically gave you a disease. Because I'm sure that there's a lore page here. Everything adds up. I don't think anything bugged out to the point where I don't have a lore page where I should. That doesn't feel right. That doesn't sound right. And me knowing bugs, me knowing glitches, I don't think the game bugged in that way. That doesn't seem like what happened. I take a fist that I'm not as blind as a blind boofer, then you should have found the lore page. That's my point. Actually, if I gave you the control, if only I could give you... Actually, well, technically there is something called... what is that program? Let you screen share. Let you play with a friend on things. Technically, that can be used to hoist control of a game to another player. Parsec, that's the sucker. I need to re-download Parsec. I forgot about that. When I switch computers. But actually, I would be quite happy to fire up Parsec, give Beerus the control, and just see where the hell he goes to find this lore page. I'd love to see him put his money where his mouth is. See what he finds. It's possible they forgot to re-add it in the Ooh, that's a good point. It was definitely revamped. And I mean the entire level was changed. Oh, that's a good point. It's possible in the changing all the... They, like, radically move things around, added and removed different objects. It's possible there might have been a lore page, say, next to a tent. And then that tent was moved, and there was a tree placed there. And now the lore page is just inside of a fucking tree. There could be a lore page just in a tree because they forgot to move it well with the environment. That's actually a wonderful point. Would also explain why I feel like a dumbass, but also why at the same time nobody commented on missing a lore page. Yeah, because the lore was easy to find in an earlier version. Which is where maybe people have not played since then. Maybe I am playing a version that a lot of people haven't seen. And ergo, this version has a problem. I'm going to assume it's bugged at this point either, because I feel like... Regardless of my utter stupidity when playing video games, I feel like this crosses the line. Here's the thing about my stupidity: if I make enough sweeps, eventually my stupidity clears itself up. It's like, oh, there it is. I'm just being dumb. You know, eventually that's how it comes out. Like, you know, usually my stupidity usually resolves itself with enough time. But in this situation, that is not happening. So I think the most likely thing is it is bugged. I'm going to do one thing. I'm going to finish the recipe. I'm going to make the stew, because I fucked up the stew last time. This time, I'm not going to fuck up the stew. I'm going to do it right. Boop. There. Okay. I am good at finding bugs. This is why I also like to comb over things several times to see if something bugged out or not. But also, I have a feeling that if this is a bug, it's probably not a me-caused bug. It's probably just a bug that anybody who bought this game and played this right now would be experiencing. Not just me. Because, let's be honest, nothing about this game gives me a lot of faith in its polish and design and ability to run properly, you know? Anyways, I'm sorry for wasting everybody's time. But basically, I wanted to do everything I could to keep my motivation to keep playing this up. I wanted to see this through for the lore itself. The lore does feel worthwhile, but I just cannot stomach this gameplay if I don't have a scavenger hunt to do. The scavenger hunt distracts me. It gives me a... I simply like collecting things, so it's something that would give me joy while suffering through the gameplay. But if it's bugged, then there's no point. The problem with a optional collectible system is the moment the one thing is broken or not attainable, that ruins the whole system. Because typically speaking, if there is a reward for collecting things, like a tangible in-game reward, it's going to happen when you get everything. And if there isn't a tangible reward, then a player's own satisfaction of collecting everything is its own reward. But that reward, both of those rewards, however, are quite ruined if there is something bugged out and you can't get everything. I'm actually reminded of Space Station Silicon Valley for the N64. Wonderful game, but there was one particular optional collectible, which, by the way, unlocked the last level of the game. Kind of like a bonus level, but still, the last level of the game had to be unlocked by getting all the trophies around each level. One particular trophy, one particular level. You could go up to it. It was there, but you didn't collect it. You just kind of went through it because something was wrong with its, like, its collision trigger, so you just couldn't get it. And that ruined the entirety of seeing the end level of the game. The only way to see the end of that game is to hack it. Is to either mod it to fix the collectible or just cheat to access it. And see, just a simple teeny little mistake like that can ruin everything when it comes to a collectible system. It does say this game is a Discord. If there's anybody again, now from it's there probably. I might bug them about that because this annoys me so much. Wait, this game has a Discord.
These are some big...
These are some big... Wait. Oh, I also need corn, or... Wait. Where is that, actually? I thought there was only 2 things in the zipline course. There's actually 3. Whoops. I think I dropped early. I think I needed to keep using the zip lines. The terrible, terrible slow zip lines. Also, thank you. I will, I'm gonna tip something with that. It's a real damn shame this isn't... Like, okay, when I looked at screenshots and even a bit of video of this game, I could tell this wasn't as high budget as Ghost of Tell, or at least it wasn't having as much graphical fidelity as Ghost of Tell. But I still thought to myself, that's fine, whatever. It doesn't need to look amazing. It doesn't need to look amazingly pretty to be a good game. And I was kind of right and kind of wrong, because yes, it doesn't need to have great fidelity to be a good game. No, it's not exactly a terrible game, but also no, it's not really a good game. This really does feel like a game that would have worked better as just a narrative, an audiobook or something. Just throw away the gameplay entirely and enjoy the story.
There we go. Fresh. Looks like that. Mm-hmm.
Right, finish the stew. Eh. I do apologize for wasting your guys' time, but that's the problem. Sometimes I just never know how a game's gonna go. It's also really hard as a streamer to know when to stop. Let me put it this way. I realize the trouble with being stubborn and spending too much time on a game. I realize the problems that causes, right? Like that it can be boring. That can be repetitive. But I'm going to speak from a personal experience. The streamers slash YouTubers that bother me the most are ones like Game Grumps, where they just kind of play a game while talking about shit, and it's more about what they're talking about, more about the stories they're telling, less about the gameplay. And I say that because that's the nice charitable way of saying they fucking bloody don't give a shit about whatever they're playing. They barely care. They barely pay attention to it. They have no intention to finish it. I hate gameplay like that. I despise gameplay where it's like the player doesn't give a shit and doesn't really try. I don't want to be that. I want to be the guy that does try.
Here's a find it.
It took a bit to...
My. Our young...
Is that your soup?
Yes.
I think any meal is better than an empty stomach.
You gave me your best?
When you're quite...
Did I still mess it up?
The broth began to
I chose the
simmer
right
and
stuff,
steam.
though.
The escaping sense told everyone in camp exactly the choices she'd made.
Okay, so now I've reached this point.
Out their say, and the thought made her feel both vulnerable and powerful at the same time.
Oh, the dialogue's a bit different here. Interesting. So here's my thoughts. Ringing the bell ends a level, but since there's this moment here where they literally told me to explore, I wanted to bring the game back to this point. This is my last hurrah. I wanted to bring the game back to this point where the game literally tells me I should go explore before ending the level. Maybe a lore page spawns at this exact moment somewhere. If it does, I hate that, but it's possible. I feel like this would be a logical time, perhaps, that I go up here and look at the festivities area, maybe. What if perfecting the soup gives lore? But I did everything right. I grabbed 3 beets from the garden. Last time I did it, I messed up and grabbed the wrong things, but this time I did. Low Mayo, don't make charm dice suffer. I'm glad some people have a little bit of sense in their brain. Anyways, yeah, if any place would have lore, it would be here after I prep the soup, but I don't know if that's the case. There's a lot of things that look like I should grab them, but no. But yeah, the sad truth is, Ghost of a Tale started development and finished production. Ghost of a Tale started development before this game did. Ghost of a Tale did finish production while this game was in production, but Ghost of a Tale finished before this game did as well. It's quite likely this game took a great deal of inspiration from Ghost of a Tale, because while Ghost of a Tale was in development, it was a Kickstarter project. It was an early access. I had the early access version. I played it. So Ghost of a Tale was for the world to see in an early state. So I do believe the developers of the Scout here took inspiration from that. And I wouldn't be surprised if the entire reason this game exists is because Ghost of a Tale was getting good positive reception. And for good reason, as we played it and saw. Yeah, if Ghost of a Tale ever has a sequel, I am playing that all the way through. Absolutely. But, unfortunately, it kind of feels like a Pal imitation. It's ironic, actually. Ghost of a Tale is a very Redwall-styled game without actually having the Redwall license. Meaning that you could technically say that Ghost of a Tale is an imitation of Redwall, or kind of a, inspired by a Redwall game. And you would think that the Redwall licensed game might have slightly higher accolades in this situation, but in effect, this officially licensed Redwall game is a pale imitation of the not officially licensed Redwall-esque game, Ghost of a Tale. It's a case of where a fan work, effectively, is far better than the official work. Oh yes, let's do that for a bit. No, I was enjoying that. Come on, do it again. No, there we go. She's got very bad hiccups. If you saw somebody just doing that against a rally, what would you think? Arms raised, just revealing, going, and it's just like, what would you think at that point? But yeah, I'm a dip on this one, guys. I'm sorry I didn't actually explore level 2 and stuff, but such is the pace of which I could not follow the pace. I must follow my own pace for the game, I guess is what I'm trying to say. If the pace that would be more enjoyable for my audience is not enjoyable for me, well, there's not really a lot of point to that, The ideal is to find an enjoyable balance for both parties. Oh, well, we still have some time. We'll do other things. Let's see if I messed up the stew, I guess. I mean, that one...
All the fanfare Rootsworth could muster, a wondrous feast of quince pie.
I must know. I mean, technically I did everything right.
And a chutney of wild carrots and beets were served.
I know for a fact I picked the beets.
Piles of barley toast and a stout red cheese. Warmed hayberry cordial and chilled mint tea with all their tongues. souls and lifted their spirits. Last but not least was a lofty steam.
Unfortunately, they're going to leave me in suspense.
Cooked in pear brandy.
So I gotta wait till the end.
Set aflame for quite dramatic effect. This was Mr. Coyle's fiery ring of devastation. A fitting, if dramatic.
Fire Ring of Devastation sounds like what you get after you eat Mexican food.
It was a mighty feast, and Sofia was congratulated many times on her fine.
See, I did it right. I fine stew.
Would always wander to the
So I did it. I did literally the last thing I could think of, and that was make a proper
Fellow
stew.
Scouts, tonight we celebrate a new member of our brotherhood.
Sisterhood!
Yes, well, our family all the same. We've all admired your hard work, loyalty, and steadfast spirit. Well done.
I'm skipping.
Clooney, the Scourge.
Oh no, not Clooney Scourge. Why did it skip to that line? Also, apparently somebody said, "Oh, it's Clooney."
Pounding the newest.
So I think Clooney might be a major character in Redwall or something. Also, no. Still 14 to 40. So, no, I did the stew correctly, just as that off chance that got me lore. It didn't. It didn't get me lore. That was not it either. Screw this game. It has a terribly user-unfriendly interface for trying to get collectibles after... Well, you sell for yourself. Going back through a level is not easy. You can't just do it. Can't just go back to look for collectibles. You gotta go through other shit first, right? So... I mean, maybe it's probably not as bad for the levels past level 1. Level 1 is probably the... Being that it has a tutorial at the beginning, it's probably the most painful to miss something on, but... Nonetheless. Main villain for one of the books. Ah, okay. And honestly, this game probably has good... Listen. I suggest checking this game series out. Act 1, Act 2, and eventually Act 3. If you find the story interesting enough to go through it. I do like the story beats. But the game is so... aggravatingly, atrociously, poorly put together that I just can't stomach it. Especially not, as I said, with the collectible aspect being also broken to some degree. I think it's... I am about 85% sure at this point that that page doesn't exist and it's bugged somehow, that one lore page at this point. I don't think even I could be this stupid to have missed it. Unless, of course, it's out of bounds. I could look more out of bounds. I could go out of bounds fairly easily, but that'd be kind of dumb, so I don't think that matters. But anyways, the Scout Act 1. Wish this was handed to a better studio. The writers, the artists, the voice actors did a stellar job, but the designers? Oh, man. They seem kind of... They seem to be a developer that didn't really produce much before this, so... yeah, not a great showing for them. I think this probably should have been given to a slightly more accoladed studio, even if they were indie. A studio that actually has some experience. Or, hell, you know, maybe talk to the ghost to tell people the future, guys. They might know how to do a game like this. But anyways, that was Scout Act 1. Sorry I'm not continuing it further, but that's the thing about Furry Feature. Not everything furry is necessarily good, sadly. That's just how it is with the fandom sometimes. But that was the Scout Act 1.